Welcome to another exciting episode on Dark Harry. Today, we're exploring a captivating tale called What If Wednesday Addams Hexed Draco Malfoy in front of all Slytherin. He never bullied again. Before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please support us by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. It helps more than you know. And now, the story awaits. Chapter 1, The New Girl. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall reflected a storm brewing outside, dark clouds swirling ominously as thunder rumbled in the distance. Fifth-year students filed in for the start-of-term feast, the usual excitement buzzing through the air as friends reunited after summer break. "Did you hear?" Pansy Parkinson's voice cut through the din as she slid onto the bench at the Slytherin table. "Dumbledore's gone and accepted a transfer student. In fifth year." Draco Malfoy, who'd been lounging with practiced nonchalance, raised a pale eyebrow. "Transfer? From where?" "Some American school nobody's heard of," Blaise Zabini supplied, his tone dismissive. "Ilvermorny reject, probably." Thunder cracked directly overhead, making several students jump. At the exact same moment, the massive doors to the Great Hall swung open with enough force to bang against the stone walls. A girl stood in the doorway. She was pale, not the fashionable porcelain pale that Pansy strived for with expensive potions, but a bloodless pallor that looked almost blue-white under the floating candles. Two severe black braids hung down her shoulders, contrasting sharply with her skin. Her black dress was outdated by at least a century, with a starched white collar that made her look like she'd stepped out of a Victorian morning portrait. The hall fell silent. She glided, toward the staff table, her footsteps making no sound whatsoever on the stone floor. Her expression remained completely blank, dark eyes fixed straight ahead as if the hundreds of staring students simply didn't exist. "Is she floating?" Goyle whispered, squinting. Professor McGonagall recovered first, hurrying forward with the sorting hat. "Miss Addams. We weren't expecting you until tomorrow. Please come forward for your sorting." The girl, Addams, turned her unblinking gaze to McGonagall. "Time is an illusion. I arrived precisely when I meant to." Snickers broke out across the hall. At the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley was failing to suppress his laughter. "Mental, that one," he stage whispered to Harry Potter. Draco smirked. "10 Galleons says she's a Hufflepuff." The girl's head snapped toward the Slytherin table, dark eyes locking directly with Draco's as if she'd heard him from across the hall. His smirk faltered under her gaze. McGonagall cleared her throat. "If you'll please take a seat, Miss Addams." The girl perched on the stool with perfect posture, hands folded in her lap, as McGonagall placed the ancient hat on her head. The hall held its collective breath. 1 minute passed. Then 2. 3 minutes in, the hat began to twitch. For minutes, and it was visibly shuddering. "What's happening?" Pansy hissed. At the 5-minute mark, the hat let out what sounded suspiciously like a whimper before finally shouting, "Slytherin." The Slytherin table's applause was hesitant, uncertain. The girl removed the hat herself, handing it to McGonagall with a polite nod before making her way toward the green and silver table. As she approached, students instinctively shifted, leaving a conspicuous empty space in the middle of the bench. She sat directly opposite Draco, folding her hands on the table and staring at him with unnerving intensity. "I'm Draco Malfoy," he said, recovering his composure and extending his hand with the automatic superiority of someone used to his name opening doors. "Prefect." "Wednesday Addams," she replied, ignoring his hand. "Necromancer." Draco blinked, hand hanging awkwardly in the air before he withdrew it. "That's not a job title they give to students." "It's not a job title. It's a family tradition." The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. "Like being a Malfoy, I suppose." Dumbledore's welcome speech washed over them, but the Slytherin table remained unusually quiet, attention fixed on the strange newcomer. When the feast appeared, Wednesday regarded the elaborate spread with mild disinterest. "Do they serve anything poisonous?" she asked, scanning the dishes. Only the Gryffinder's cooking, Draco replied automatically, earning a few nervous laughs. Wednesday's gaze drifted toward him again. I've heard English schools are quite conservative with their curriculum. Do you study recreational toxicology here? We do not, Blaze answered, exchanging looks with Draco. Pity. She selected a piece of rare roast beef. My brother Pugsley and I have developed 67 different household poisons using common pantry ingredients. 52 are untraceable. Crab choked on his pumpkin juice. You're making that up, Pansy accused. Wednesday turned to her. Why would I do that? Her tone was so genuinely confused that Pansy had no response. So, Addams, Draco said, recovering his footing. What brings you to Hogwarts? Expelled from your last school. My great-aunt Calpurnia attended Hogwarts in 1831. She set the record for most dueling fatalities in a single term. Wednesday cut her meat with surgical precision. No one's broken it yet. Mother thought I might enjoy the challenge. The Slytherins around her shifted uncomfortably. No one quite knew if she was joking. Your family's pure blood, then? Draco pressed. We're something much older than that, Wednesday replied. Her eyes flicked up to his. But your kind would call us pure, yes. Dinner concluded with the Slytherin still trying to get Wednesday's measure. As the prefects led first years toward the dungeons, she followed silently, observing everything with those penetrating dark eyes. The Slytherin common room was in mild chaos as returning students claimed favorite chairs and newcomers gaped at the eerie green light filtering through the lake windows. Draco installed himself in his usual throne-like armchair by the fire, holding court as he recounted some summer adventure involving his father and the Minister of Magic. Wednesday drifted to the window, pressing a pale palm against the glass. Something large and tentacled slid past, its eye briefly focusing on her before disappearing into the murky depths. That's just the giant squid, said a nervous second year who'd been watching her. Hello, cousin, Wednesday whispered to the glass. The water rippled in response. Across the room, Draco's voice rose theatrically. Father says the ministry's finally getting serious about standards. Can't have just anyone calling themselves a wizard these days. I heard Umbridge is implementing testing for all teachers, Pansy added, glancing around to ensure she had an audience. About time someone questioned Dumbledore's hiring practices. Draco nodded sagely. Starting with that half-breed Hagrid, I expect. A small first-year boy who'd been listening nearby made a slight noise of protest. Draco's head swiveled toward him, shark-like. Something to add, First Eye. The boy, sandy-haired and freckled, turned pink but didn't back down. My dad says Hagrid knows more about magical creatures than anyone in Britain. Silence fell across the common room. The first years watched with wide eyes, while older students affected disinterest while clearly tuning in. Your dad? Draco drawled, rising from his chair. And who's that? Some ministry paper pusher. Shopkeeper in Diagon Alley. The boy's chin lifted. He works for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. What's your name? Draco demanded. Ellis. Malcolm Ellis. Draco's smile turned predatory. Well, Ellis, let me explain how things work here. Your dad's opinion means exactly nothing in this common room. My father sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, advises the minister himself, and has enough gold and Gringotts to buy your family's house 100 times over. The boy's face had gone from pink to white, but he still didn't step back. In this house, Draco continued, voice carrying clearly to every corner of the room, we have standards. If you want to survive here, you'll learn quickly which opinions are acceptable to voice, and which are better kept to yourself. So tell me, Ellis, what do you think of Hagrid now? The common room was deadly silent. Ellis glanced around for support, finding none. I don't, I think, came Wednesday's voice from the window, that your demonstration is getting tedious. Every head turned to her. She hadn't moved, still facing the lake, watching something swimming in the murky distance. Draco's eyes narrowed. "I don't believe I was talking to you, Addams." "No," she agreed, turning finally to face the room. "You were performing. There's a difference." She walked toward Draco with that same floating gait, stopping a few feet away. Despite being shorter, she somehow gave the impression of looking down at him. "Where I come from, power doesn't need to announce itself constantly," she said, her voice soft but carrying. "It simply is." Draco's pale cheeks flushed pink. "And where exactly is that?" "Some backwater American swamp where they teach you to dress like a Victorian ghost." A ripple of nervous laughter spread through the common room. Wednesday didn't react. "My family home was built on the sacred burial ground of the Lenape tribe," she stated flatly. "We've had to rebuild 17 times due to spontaneous combustion, dimensional rifts, and one localized apocalypse in 1972. The East Wing is still technically in another realm on Thursdays." Draco snorted. "Right. And I suppose you keep a pet dragon in the garden?" "Don't be absurd," Wednesday replied. "We keep the dragon in the conservatory. The garden is for the man-eating plants." More laughter, though it held an uncertain edge now. "You're completely mental," Draco declared, turning to his audience with a triumphant smirk. "The new girl thinks she's some sort of dark witch." "Oh, very scary." Wednesday simply looked at him, unblinking. "I don't think anything. And neither should you, you're clearly not equipped for it." The smile dropped from Draco's face. "Watch yourself, Addams. You don't want to make enemies your first night here." "I never make enemies," Wednesday replied. "I make corpses." With that, she turned and walked toward the girls' dormitory, leaving stunned silence in her wake. As she reached the staircase, she paused and looked back at the first-year boy. "Ellis. Your assessment of Hagrid is correct. His understanding of thestrals alone surpasses the collected knowledge of most magizoologists." She disappeared up the stairs. After a long moment, conversations cautiously resumed, though the mood had shifted. Draco glared at the spot where she'd been standing, then rounded on the first-year boy. "Looks like you found a girlfriend, Ellis. A match made in freak-show heaven." The boy scurried away, head down. Draco reclaimed his chair, but the easy command he'd held over the room had dissipated. Later, in the fifth-year girls' dormitory, Pansy and the others watched warily as Wednesday unpacked. From her trunk came a series of increasingly disturbing items: a jar containing what appeared to be eyeballs floating in murky liquid, a small guillotine that she placed on her nightstand, and a doll with pins sticking out of its body at precise angles. "That's a cursed object," Daphne Greengrass said, pointing to the doll. "They're not allowed at Hogwarts." "This is Marie Antoinette," Wednesday corrected, gently adjusting one of the pins. "She's not cursed, she's family." When she pulled out a black leather-bound book with strange symbols burned into its cover, Pansy had finally had enough. "What is that, your diary?" "Dear Diary, today I was a complete freak and embarrassed myself in front of the entire house." She laughed at her own joke. Wednesday looked up. "It's my dream journal. Would you like to hear last night's entry? I dreamed of a girl with a pug nose who choked on her own severed tongue while ravens pecked out her eyes." Pansy's smile vanished. "Odd," Wednesday continued, tilting her head. "Now that I see you clearly, you do have something of a pug nose, don't you?" She turned back to her unpacking as Pansy instinctively covered her nose with her hand. "You need to learn your place here," Pansy hissed. "You can't just come in and, 'My place is anywhere I choose to stand,'" Wednesday interrupted, not looking up. "Yours appears to be in Draco Malfoy's shadow. How's the view from there?" Pansy stormed out of the dormitory. The other girls exchanged nervous glances before following, leaving Wednesday alone with her strange possessions and the sound of lake water lapping against the windows. The next morning, Wednesday emerged from the dormitory already dressed in her newly acquired Slytherin robes, though she'd somehow altered them to look more like a funeral shroud than a school uniform. Her classmates gave her a wide berth at breakfast, whispering behind their hands. Professor Snape distributed class schedules with his usual scowl. When he reached Wednesday, he paused. "Miss Addams. I've been informed of your unique educational background." His lip curled slightly. "Hogwarts maintains certain standards. You would do well to remember that." Wednesday met his gaze evenly. "Of course, Professor. I never aim to meet standards. I prefer to redefine them." Something like curiosity flickered across Snape's face before he moved on. Draco, seated several places away, smirked into his pumpkin juice. Double potions came first. The Slytherins filed into the dungeon classroom, followed shortly by the Gryffindors. Harry Potter and his friends entered last, taking seats as far from the Slytherins as possible. "Today," Snape announced without preamble, "you will attempt to brew the draft of peace. The instructions," he flicked his wand at the blackboard, "are on the board. You have exactly 1 hour and 45 minutes. Begin." Students rushed to gather ingredients from the supply cupboard. Wednesday moved unhurriedly, selecting her ingredients with careful deliberation, examining each one closely. "Sometime today, Miss Addams," Snape drawled from his desk. "Hellebore should be harvested under a waning moon for optimal potency in calming drafts," she replied, still examining a sprig. "These were collected during the wrong lunar phase." The class fell silent. Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. "Is that so? And I suppose the Addams family has some superior method of ingredient preservation?" "We don't preserve, Professor. We grow. Death feeds life, life feeds death. The cycle is sacred." Snape stared at her for a long moment. "Fascinating. Now return to your cauldron and brew the potion as instructed." Wednesday nodded and returned to her station, which happened to be directly behind Draco's. As the class progressed, the dungeon filled with different-colored vapors. Hermione Granger's potion emitted the silver steam described in the textbook, while most students' attempts were varying shades of gray. Snape prowled the room, offering scathing critiques. When he reached Harry's cauldron, his face twisted with malicious pleasure. "Potter, what is this supposed to be?" "The draft of peace," Harry replied stiffly. "Tell me, Potter, can you read? Did you bother to notice that the fourth line of instructions clearly states to add powdered moonstone, stir 3 times counterclockwise, allow to simmer for 7 minutes, then add 2 drops of syrup of hellebore?" Harry's jaw tightened. "I missed the hellebore. Evidently. This mess is worthless. Evanesco." Snape vanished Harry's potion with a wave of his wand. "0 marks for the day, Potter." He moved on to Draco's cauldron, which contained a potion emitting pale grey wisps. "Adequate, Mr. Malfoy, though your moonstone was ground too coarsely." He moved to Wednesday's cauldron and paused, expression shifting from dismissive to puzzled. Her potion was emitting perfect silver vapor, but she had rearranged the workspace in a disturbing tableau. The ingredients were positioned in what appeared to be a miniature graveyard, with the knife standing upright like a tombstone. Small pieces of hellebore formed a pentagram around her cauldron. "Miss Addams, what precisely do you think you're doing?" "Brewing," she replied simply. "The potion requires harmony between opposing forces, stimulants and sedatives in precise balance. The arrangement focuses the intent." Snape leaned over her cauldron, examining the perfect sheen of the liquid. "And where did you learn this particular technique?" "Great Aunt Calpurnia's grimoire. She believed potions respond to symbolic representations of their purpose." "I see." Snape straightened. "Your methodology is unorthodox, but the results appear correct. Continue." As he walked away, Draco turned in his seat to stare at Wednesday's arrangement. "What sort of dark magic nonsense is that supposed to be?" "It's not dark magic," she replied without looking up. Darkness is just another kind of light. This is old magic. Before wands. Before schools. Right, he snorted. Next you'll be telling us you commune with the dead. Only on holidays, she said, completely serious. It would be rude to disturb them more frequently. At the end of class, Snape inspected the completed potions. Only Hermione and Wednesday had achieved the perfect silver vapor described in the textbook, though Draco's was deemed acceptable. Miss Addams, Snape said as the class packed up, remain behind. The other students filed out, Draco throwing a smug look over his shoulder as if Wednesday were in trouble. When the room was empty, Snape studied her with narrowed eyes. Your potion was perfect. Thank you, Professor. I wasn't complimenting you. I was stating a fact. He crossed his arms. Your methods, however, were not from any recognized school of potion-making. Wednesday nodded. The Addams approach to magic is experiential rather than theoretical. Experiential, Snape repeated flatly. And what experiences, precisely, inform your approach to the draught of peace? The grave brings the ultimate peace, she said simply. We respect its power. Snape's expression remained unreadable. Hogwarts follows a specific curriculum, Miss Addams. While your results were acceptable today, I suggest you conform to standard techniques in the future. Of course, Professor. She gathered her things. May I ask one question? He inclined his head slightly. The school motto, Draco dormiens nunquam titilandus. Never tickle a sleeping dragon. Is that based on an actual incident? For a brief moment, something like amusement flickered in Snape's eyes. Hogwarts has stood for over 1,000 years, Miss Addams. Few of its warnings are without precedent. Wednesday nodded as if this confirmed something. Thank you, Professor. That's what I suspected. The week progressed with Wednesday consistently demonstrating unusual magical abilities across all subjects. In charms, she performed a perfect silencing charm on her raven, which no one had noticed she'd brought to class until it cawed menacingly at Flitwick. In transfiguration, she transformed her matchstick into a silver needle so sharp that McGonagall pricked her finger testing it and had to apply a healing charm. Defense against the dark arts, however, proved contentious. Professor Umbridge simpered at the front of the classroom, her girlish voice grating as she instructed students to put away their wands and read the first chapter of Defensive Magical Theory. The class settled into reluctant reading, except for Wednesday, who sat with her book closed on her desk. Hem. Umbridge's throat-clearing drew all eyes to Wednesday. Is there a problem, Miss Addams? Wednesday met her gaze calmly. This book contains factual inaccuracies. Umbridge's smile tightened. I assure you, dear, the Ministry has thoroughly vetted this text. Page 17 states that nonverbal defensive magic is only possible for wizards with at least 6 years of formal training, Wednesday replied. This is incorrect. Is that so? Umbridge's voice turned dangerously sweet. And you know better than the author, a renowned expert in defensive theory? Wednesday didn't blink. Theory is interesting until you're face to face with a banshee. And have you faced a banshee, Miss Addams? Great Aunt Drusilla on my mother's side. Every Thanksgiving dinner becomes a battle of wills. Scattered laughter broke out, quickly silenced by Umbridge's glare. 5 points from Slytherin for disruption and disrespect, she said. Now, open your book and read silently like the rest of your classmates. Wednesday opened the book but didn't look down at it. Will we be practicing these defensive spells, Professor? Practice? Umbridge let out a high, tinkling laugh. Why would you need to practice? Understanding the theory perfectly will be sufficient for your examinations. Theory doesn't stop curses, Wednesday stated. Curses? Umbridge's eyes widened in false concern. My dear girl, who would want to curse children like yourselves? This classroom is a safe environment. Wednesday's expression didn't change. Safety is an illusion we maintain to keep fear at bay. Fear has its uses. The classroom had gone completely still, students watching the exchange with a mixture of anxiety and fascination. Another 5 points from Slytherin, Umbridge said, her voice harder. And detention, I think. This evening at 5 o'clock in my office. Wednesday nodded once, then finally looked down at her book. As they left class, Draco caught up to her in the corridor. Nice going, Addams. Losing points your first week. Points are arbitrary constructs designed to encourage conformity, she replied without slowing her pace. Maybe in America, he said, keeping stride with her. Here, they matter. Slytherins won the House Cup 3 years running until Potter started getting special treatment. Wednesday glanced at him. You mentioned Potter yesterday. And the day before. Does he occupy all your thoughts, or just most of them? Draco's face flushed. I don't think about Potter. Evidence suggests otherwise. She turned down a corridor toward the library. Where are you going? Draco demanded, still following. Research. On what? Blood curses. Draco stopped short. Blood curses are dark magic. They're illegal. Wednesday paused, looking back at him. Illegal doesn't mean ineffective. Her detention with Umbridge that evening lasted 3 hours. When Wednesday returned to the Slytherin common room, Pansy immediately pounced. What did the old toad make you do? Lines? Polish trophies? Wednesday flexed her right hand slightly. Write an essay on ministry-approved educational standards. Draco, lounging by the fire, frowned at her hand. With a black quill. Wednesday's dark eyes shifted to him. Yes. A strange tension fell over the group. Everyone in Slytherin knew about Umbridge's special quill by now, the one that used the writer's own blood for ink, carving the words into the back of their hand. Let's see, then, Draco said, straightening up. Wednesday extended her hand. Where most students emerged from Umbridge's detentions with red, inflamed skin and clear messages carved into their flesh, Wednesday's hand showed only faint white lines that seemed to form strange symbols rather than words. That's not English, Blaise observed. Addams family script, Wednesday replied. An ancient language that predates modern tongues. That's impossible, Pansy scoffed. The quill writes whatever words you write on the paper. Unless the blood rejects the command, Wednesday said simply, withdrawing her hand. My family's blood has certain properties. She turned and headed for the dormitory, leaving confused whispers in her wake. Over the next few days, word spread about Wednesday's strange abilities and her apparent immunity to Umbridge's blood quill. This brought unwanted attention from another quarter. As Wednesday left the Great Hall after breakfast on Friday, a tall ministry official in immaculate black robes stepped into her path. Miss Addams, he said, his voice cultured and cool. Cassius Blackwood, Department of Mysteries. I wonder if I might have a word. Wednesday regarded him impassively. You already have. Several, in fact. His lips twitched. Indeed. Perhaps we could continue this conversation somewhere more private. Privacy is overrated, she replied. Secrets thrive in darkness, but so do lies. Blackwood's eyes narrowed slightly. Fascinating perspective. Professor Umbridge has shared some interesting observations about your unusual approach to magic. The Ministry takes great interest in exceptional talents. The Ministry takes interest in control, Wednesday countered. My family has a long history of avoiding it. Students passing by slowed, openly eavesdropping now. Blackwood noticed and straightened his already impeccable robes. We'll speak again, Miss Addams. He nodded curtly and strode away. Who was that? Harry Potter had stopped nearby, watching the exchange with Ron and Hermione. Wednesday turned her unblinking gaze to him. A man who believes knowledge equals power. Another Ministry stooge, Ron muttered. They're crawling all over the school these days. He's from the Department of Mysteries, Hermione whispered. They almost never interact with the public. Wednesday studied the trio. You smell like trouble. Harry blinked in surprise. What? It's not a criticism. Trouble has its uses. With that cryptic statement, she glided away toward her next class. By the second weekend of term, tensions in Slytherin house were simmering. Wednesday's strange behavior and apparent disregard for house hierarchy had disrupted the established order. Draco's usual ironclad control over the common room had weakened, with younger students occasionally questioning his pronouncements or, worse, looking to Wednesday for reactions. Things came to a head on Saturday night. The common room was crowded, students working on the mountain of homework already assigned for the term. Draco held court by the fire, loudly comparing the merits of different racing brooms while Crabbe and Goyle grunted appreciatively. Malcolm Ellis, the first year who'd spoken up about Hagrid, was struggling with a potions essay nearby. When his ink bottle toppled, splattering across his nearly completed parchment, his dismayed cry momentarily silenced the room. Clumsy little half-blood, Draco drawled, not bothering to lower his voice. Can't even control his own ink bottle. The boy flushed bright red, frantically trying to salvage his essay with his sleeve. Here, an older student offered, drawing her wand. Tergio, leave it, Draco commanded. Let him clean up his own mess. Consider it a valuable lesson in competence. The older student hesitated, then lowered her wand, avoiding Ellis's eyes. Draco rose from his chair and sauntered over to the boys' table. What's this essay on, anyway? Why I'm not fit for Slytherin. Ellis kept his head down, shoulders hunched. It's about the properties of moonstone. Fascinating, Draco said, voice dripping with sarcasm. He picked up the soggy parchment. Oh dear, completely ruined. Looks like you'll be up all night rewriting it. Please give it back, Ellis said quietly. What was that? Draco cupped his ear theatrically. I didn't quite catch your pathetic whimpering. The common room was deadly silent now, all eyes on the scene. From her corner near the lake window, Wednesday watched, still as a statue. Give it back, Ellis repeated, louder this time. I worked hard on that. Work, Draco scoffed. That's what separates people like you from people like me, Ellis. You have to work for everything. I simply deserve it. He flicked the parchment, spraying ink droplets across Ellis's face. Your kind always forgets their place eventually. Ellis stood suddenly, fists clenched at his sides. My dad says people like you are just scared bullies. All name and no spine. Draco's face contorted with fury. Your mudblood-loving father needs to learn respect. He drew his wand. Perhaps I should help teach you both. Furnunculus. Boils erupted across Ellis's face and hands, angry and painful. The boy cried out, stumbling backward as Draco laughed. Stop it. A second-year girl stepped forward. That's horrible. Want to join him? Draco asked, wand swiveling toward her. Enough. Wednesday's voice cut through the common room like ice. She stood now, moving toward Draco with that same unervingly fluid gait. This is between me and the half-blood, Draco snapped, though his wand hand wavered slightly. No, Wednesday replied, stopping a few feet away. This is between you and your insecurities. The boy is merely convenient. Laughter rippled through the common room before quickly dying as Draco's face flushed crimson. You don't know anything about me, Addams, he hissed. I know fear when I see it, she replied evenly. You reek of it. Draco's wand swung toward her. I'm not afraid of anything, especially not some freakish American witch with delusions of grandeur. Not me, Wednesday clarified. Yourself. Your father. Failure. Mediocrity. The knowledge that without your name, you'd be nothing. Something dangerous flashed in Draco's eyes. Densajo. The hex shot toward Wednesday, but she didn't move. At the last moment, she tilted her head slightly, and the spell sizzled past her ear, hitting a bookshelf behind her. The common room erupted in gasps and whispers. No one had seen her draw her wand to block or deflect, she simply hadn't been where the spell should have hit. Interesting, Wednesday said, as if observing a mildly surprising natural phenomenon. Your aim matches your intellect. Draco's face contorted with rage. Locomotor mortis. Again, Wednesday seemed to shift just enough for the spell to miss, her movements so subtle they were barely perceptible. Stop dancing around and fight back. Draco demanded, breathing heavily now. Fighting implies equal opponents, Wednesday replied. She reached into her robe and withdrew not a wand, but a small cloth doll that looked disturbingly like Draco, down to the silver blonde hair and Slytherin uniform. The common room went completely still. What is that? Draco asked, his voice suddenly uncertain. A focus, Wednesday explained calmly. Old magic doesn't require wands. It requires intent. She held the doll in her open palm. Do you know what the difference is between fear and respect, Draco? He didn't answer, his wand still pointed at her, but his hand had begun to tremble visibly. Fear must be constantly reinforced, she continued. It erodes with familiarity. Respect, once earned, endures. She looked down at the doll. You've chosen fear as your tool. An inefficient choice. Stupefy. Draco shouted, panic edging his voice. Wednesday closed her fist around the doll and whispered something in a language no one recognized. The stunning spell hit an invisible barrier inches from her face, dissolving into sparks that hovered in the air, then reversed direction, flying back toward Draco. He ducked, but the redirected spell wasn't aimed at him. Instead, it hit the wall behind him, forming strange symbols that glowed briefly before sinking into the stone. What did you? Draco began, but stopped as the temperature in the room plummeted. Ice crystals formed on the windows. The fireplace, which had been roaring moments before, dimmed to embers. Student's breath became visible in the suddenly frigid air. Wednesday opened her hand. The doll was gone. Draco gasped, clutching his chest as if something cold had pierced it. He staggered backward, eyes wide with terror. What's happening to me? He choked out. You're experiencing true fear, Wednesday said, her voice oddly gentle. Not the playground variety you inflict on others. The existential kind. Draco fell to his knees, his wand clattering to the floor. His eyes darted around wildly, seeing something no one else could. Make it stop, he whispered. I can't, Wednesday replied. Only you can. The entire common room watched in horrified fascination as Draco Malfoy, self-proclaimed Prince of Slytherin, curled into himself, shaking violently. No visible spell affected him, whatever he was experiencing was happening entirely within. After what seemed like an eternity but was perhaps only minutes, Draco's trembling subsided. He remained on his knees, head bowed, breathing ragged. Wednesday approached and knelt before him. What did you see? His eyes, when he raised them to meet hers, were haunted. Nothing, he whispered. I was nothing. No one. Forgotten. She nodded, as if this confirmed something. The hex will fade by morning. The memory won't. Rising, she turned to Ellis, who was still covered in painful boils. She withdrew a small vial from her pocket and handed it to him. 3 drops on each boil. They'll be gone by morning. The boy took the vial with shaking hands. Thank you. Wednesday addressed the silent common room. Slytherin values ambition and cunning. Neither requires cruelty. Her dark eyes swept the room. Remember that. She walked to the dormitory stairs, pausing at the bottom. Draco. He looked up, still kneeling on the floor. Next time, I won't be so gentle. With that, she disappeared up the staircase, leaving stunned silence behind her. Slowly, conversation resumed, hushed and nervous. 2 sixth years helped Draco to his feet, but he shrugged them off, retrieving his wand with as much dignity as he could muster. Without a word, he headed for the boys' dormitory, ignoring the stares that followed him. The next morning, Wednesday entered the Great Hall for breakfast to find the atmosphere distinctly different. Students from other houses watched her with undisguised curiosity, whispering behind their hands. Apparently, word of the previous night's confrontation had spread beyond Slytherin. She took her usual seat at the Slytherin table, alone at the end. A moment later, to everyone's surprise, Malcolm Ellis, his face now completely clear of boils, slid onto the bench opposite her. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For last night." Wednesday buttered a piece of toast with methodical precision. "Don't mistake my actions for kindness." "Then what was it?" She considered the question. "Justice, perhaps. Or balance. The world runs on equilibrium." Ellis nodded as if this made perfect sense. Whatever it was, Malfoy's different this morning. Wednesday glanced down the table. Draco sat with his usual entourage, but the dynamic had visibly shifted. He was quieter, his posture less domineering. When Pansy made a cruel joke about a passing Hufflepuff, he didn't laugh or join in. At that moment, Draco looked up and met Wednesday's gaze. For a heartbeat, something passed between them, not quite understanding, but recognition. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod before returning to his breakfast. "What did you do to him?" Ellis asked, watching the exchange. Wednesday took a bite of her toast. "I showed him his greatest fear." "Which is?" "Irrelevance." She sipped her pumpkin juice. "A common fear among those who define themselves by external validation." More students joined them, including the second-year girl who had spoken up during the confrontation. Soon, Wednesday found herself surrounded by younger Slytherins, all watching her with a mixture of fear and fascination. "Is it true you practice necromancy?" one of them whispered. "Occasionally," she replied. "Mostly on holidays." "And you can do wandless magic?" "All magic was wandless once," Wednesday said. "Wands are a convenience, not a necessity." As breakfast concluded, Cassius Blackwood appeared at the entrance to the Great Hall, his gaze fixed on the Slytherin table. When he spotted Wednesday surrounded by students, his eyes narrowed. He made his way toward her with purposeful strides. "Miss Addams," he said smoothly. "I've heard some rather disturbing reports about an incident in the Slytherin common room last night." The students around her fell silent. "Gossip travels quickly in closed environments," Wednesday observed. "Like mold." Blackwood's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Indeed. Using unauthorized magic on another student is a serious offense. One that could result in expulsion." "Is it unauthorized if it's never been classified?" she asked. "Addams family magic exists outside ministry categorization. All magic performed on British soil falls under ministry jurisdiction," Blackwood stated. "I'm afraid I must insist on examining the spell you used on Mr. Malfoy." Wednesday tilted her head slightly. "That would require your mind to enter spaces it's not equipped to navigate." Blackwood leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Your family name carries no weight here, Miss Addams. Cooperate, or face consequences." "Threats require leverage," she replied calmly. "You have none." "Don't I?" His smile widened. "Your visa status is contingent on good behavior. One word from me, and you'll be on the next portkey back to America." Before Wednesday could respond, a drawling voice interrupted. "There won't be any need for that, Blackwood." Draco had approached, standing now at the edge of the group. His face was composed, though slightly paler than usual. Blackwood straightened. "Mr. Malfoy. I was just discussing the unfortunate incident from last night." "There was no incident," Draco said firmly. "Addams and I had a philosophical disagreement. Nothing more. Confusion flickered across Blackwood's face. But the reports suggest, were greatly exaggerated, Draco finished. You know how students gossip. Blackwood studied Draco closely. Your father would be most interested to hear about this disagreement. Something hardened in Draco's expression. My father taught me to choose my battles wisely. This isn't one worth fighting. A tense silence fell over the group. Finally, Blackwood inclined his head. As you wish, Mr. Malfoy. But the Ministry will be keeping a close eye on Miss Addams. As he strode away, the bell rang for morning classes. Students scrambled to gather their things, the younger ones throwing odd glances at Wednesday before dispersing. Draco remained, studying her with an unreadable expression. You didn't have to do that, Wednesday said. I know. He adjusted his bag on his shoulder. Consider it a tactical retreat. Is that what your father would call it? Something like amusement flickered in his eyes. My father would call it a disgrace. But he's not here, is he? Wednesday considered him for a moment. No, he's not. Neither is mine. Interesting how we become more ourselves in their absence. Draco's expression shifted, surprise followed by thoughtfulness. Without another word, he turned and headed for class. As Wednesday followed, she noticed Harry Potter watching the exchange from the Gryffindor table, his expression curious. She gave him the slightest of nods as she passed. In the days that followed, Slytherin House underwent a subtle transformation. The hierarchy remained, but its enforcement changed. Draco still commanded respect, but no longer through fear or intimidation. Younger students spoke more freely, and the common room developed a less oppressive atmosphere. Wednesday, to her mild annoyance, found herself elevated to near-legendary status. First years followed her through the corridors, whispering about her mysterious powers. Even students from other houses began approaching her with questions about American magic and the rumored confrontation with Draco. Is it true you made Malfoy see his own death? A wide-eyed Gryffindor third year asked in the library. Death would be a mercy compared to nothingness, Wednesday replied, not looking up from her book on medieval curses. Professor Umbridge doubled down on her campaign against foreign magical influences, introducing new educational decrees that seemed specifically targeted at Wednesday's unorthodox practices. One banned ritualistic arrangements of educational materials, directly addressing Wednesday's habit of organizing her workspace in symbolic patterns. Blackwood, meanwhile, could often be spotted observing Wednesday from a distance, making notes in a small black book. When she entered the great hall for meals, his eyes tracked her movements. When she studied in the library, he browsed nearby shelves, always within earshot. On the last Friday of September, Wednesday was reading by the lake, enjoying the gathering autumn chill, when a shadow fell across her book. Addams. She looked up to find Draco standing over her, hands in his pockets, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Malfoy. He glanced around to ensure they were alone, then sat on the grass beside her, something the old Draco would never have done for fear of dirtying his expensive robes. I've been thinking about what happened, he said, picking at a blade of grass. The hex. Wednesday marked her place in her book and set it aside. And? It wasn't really a hex, was it? More like a mirror. She studied him. Perception shapes reality. I simply adjusted your perception. It felt real. He stared out at the lake. Being nothing. Being no one that mattered. Fear usually does. They sat in surprisingly comfortable silence for a moment. That ministry bloke is watching you, Draco finally said. Blackwood. Father mentioned him once, said he works in the department's most restricted sections. If he's interested in you, it's not good. Wednesday tilted her head. Concern, Draco? How uncharacteristic. Self-preservation, he countered. Whatever game he's playing involves all of Slytherin now. It's not a game, Wednesday replied. The Ministry fears what it can't categorize. My family has always existed outside neat classifications. Draco considered this. My father says the Ministry is changing. Preparing for something. War, Wednesday stated simply. He glanced at her sharply. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. She picked up her book again. Institutions consolidate power before conflicts. They eliminate outliers and unknowns. Like you. Like me. She opened her book. And eventually, like you. Draco frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Power demands loyalty above all else. One day, you'll be asked to choose between your own truth and what others expect of you. She turned a page. That day is coming sooner than you think. He stared at her for a long moment. You're the strangest person I've ever met, Addams. Thank you. A ghost of his old smirk appeared. It wasn't a compliment. Wasn't it? She glanced up, the faintest trace of amusement in her dark eyes. For the first time since they'd met, Draco Malfoy actually laughed, a genuine sound, not the practiced, superior chuckle he typically affected. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot, he said, rising and brushing grass from his robes. See you around, Addams. As he walked away, Wednesday returned to her book. But a moment later, she glanced up to watch his retreating figure, a thoughtful expression on her normally impassive face. From a window in the castle above, Cassius Blackwood observed the interaction, his quill scratching rapidly across the pages of his notebook. Chapter 2, Strange Alliances. October arrived at Hogwarts with biting winds and swirling leaves that skittered across the grounds like fleeing creatures. The castle corridors grew drafty, and students hurried between classes with scarves wrapped tightly around their necks. Wednesday sat alone at breakfast, methodically dissecting a blood sausage as if searching for actual blood. She'd grown accustomed to solitude interspersed with reverent approaches from younger Slytherins seeking advice or, more amusingly, protection charms. Is this seat taken? She looked up to find Malcolm Ellis hovering nervously, breakfast tray in hand. All matter occupies space, she replied, but this particular section remains unclaimed. He blinked, then smiled hesitantly and sat. The other first years are saying you can read minds. Minds are generally dull reading material, Wednesday said. Like children's books with the endings removed. So you can't. I didn't say that. Malcolm's eyes widened. Before he could respond, shadows fell across the table. Draco, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, stood looking down at them. Ellis, Draco acknowledged with a curt nod before turning to Wednesday. Addams. Malfoy, she replied, equally neutral. An awkward silence stretched between them. The great hall hushed slightly, students from all tables watching. The confrontation between Wednesday and Draco had achieved legendary status, growing more dramatic with each retelling. Current rumors suggested she'd summoned ancestors from beyond the grave to terrify him. Ancient Runes study group tonight, Draco finally said. Library, 7 o'clock. You should join. Wednesday raised an eyebrow, the most expression many had seen on her face. Should I? Your translation of the Etruscan tablet was. He seemed to struggle with the next word. Innovative. From anyone else, this might have sounded like ordinary academic cooperation. From Draco Malfoy, it was practically a declaration of respect. I'll consider it, Wednesday replied. Draco nodded once, then moved down the table to his usual spot. Whispers immediately erupted throughout the hall. Malcolm gaped at Wednesday. Did Malfoy just invite you to study with him? Voluntarily? Fear and fascination often coexist, she said, returning to her sausage. Like poison and its antidote. The dynamic shift in Slytherin House hadn't gone unnoticed by the rest of Hogwarts. Gryffindors watched in puzzled suspicion as the previously unified Slytherin front fractured into something more complex. Draco's public humbling had created space for different voices within the house, and Wednesday's unapologetic oddity somehow made room for others to be themselves. After breakfast, the fifth years trudged to the dungeons for double potions. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley entered just as Snape was closing the door, earning a predictable jibe about Gryffindor privilege and 5 points deducted. "Today," Snape announced, "you will be brewing strengthening solution. The recipe is on the board. You will work in pairs." Students immediately began shuffling toward preferred partners. "Which I will assign," Snape added with malicious pleasure. As groans filled the room, he began listing pairs. Granger with Parkinson. Potter with Goyle. Weasley with Zabini. He paused at Wednesday's name. Addams with Malfoy. Draco showed no outward reaction beyond a slight stiffening of his shoulders. Wednesday gathered her supplies and moved to his workstation, arranging her ingredients in what appeared to be a miniature graveyard, a habit she'd continued despite Umbridge's decree. "Must you do that?" Draco muttered, glancing nervously at Snape. "Intention focuses power," Wednesday replied. "Symbolic representation channels intention." He sighed. "Just, be less obvious about it." To his surprise, she adjusted the arrangement slightly, making it less conspicuous while maintaining whatever pattern mattered to her. They worked in surprisingly efficient silence, Draco measuring ingredients with precision while Wednesday handled the more temperamental elements. "Stir counterclockwise," Draco instructed as they reached a critical stage. "Clockwise first," Wednesday countered, "then counter. The salamander blood needs to spiral inward, not disperse." Draco frowned. "That's not what the instructions say." "Instructions are guidelines written by those who achieved acceptable results," Wednesday said. "I prefer optimal ones." After a moment's hesitation, Draco gestured for her to proceed. She stirred the potion clockwise 3 times, then reversed direction for 4 stirs. The solution, which had been a murky orange, suddenly turned the clear crimson described in the textbook. Across the room, Hermione Granger watched with poorly concealed interest as she attempted to prevent Pansy from sabotaging their potion. "How did you know that would work?" Draco asked quietly. "Blood remembers its purpose," Wednesday replied, adding powdered griffin claw. "It wants to strengthen, not weaken. Direction matters." Snape prowled between workstations, finding fault with nearly every attempt. When he reached Wednesday and Draco, he paused, examining their perfectly colored solution. "Explain your stirring pattern, Miss Addams," he demanded, having observed her deviation. "Clockwise draws power in," she replied without hesitation. "Counterclockwise distributes it. Salamander blood carries life force at its core, which must be concentrated before it can be properly dispersed." Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. "And this is another technique from your family's traditions?" "Great-grandmother Morticia's improvements," Wednesday confirmed. She found conventional stirring patterns insufficient for potions involving vital essences. Something like intellectual curiosity flickered across Snape's face before his usual disdain returned. "While your results appear adequate, I suggest adhering to established methods in the future. 5 points from Slytherin for unauthorized experimentation." As he moved away, Draco leaned closer. "Worth it," he whispered, eyeing their perfect potion. At the end of class, their strengthening solution was the only one that achieved the exact consistency and color described in the textbook. Even Hermione's was slightly off, a fact that clearly distressed her. "Bottle your samples and place them on my desk," Snape instructed as the class prepared to leave. Miss Addams, Mr. Malfoy, remained behind. They exchanged glances as the room emptied. Harry Potter threw a curious look over his shoulder as he left, earning a scowl from Draco. When the door closed, Snape regarded them silently for a moment. "Your potion," he finally said, "was perfect." "Thank you, Professor," Draco replied. "I was stating a fact, not offering praise," Snape corrected, echoing his earlier conversation with Wednesday. He held up their vial, examining it in the dungeon's dim light. The standard strengthening solution increases physical force by approximately 30% for 1 hour. This, he indicated the vial, would likely double that effectiveness. At minimum, Wednesday confirmed. Snape set the vial down carefully. The alterations you made are not in any standard text. No, Wednesday agreed. Miss Addams seems to possess a certain, intuitive understanding of potion fundamentals, Snape said, addressing Draco now. An understanding that could be valuable, provided it's channeled appropriately. Draco straightened slightly. Yes, sir. I will overlook further experimentations in my class, Snape continued, on the condition that any successful modifications are documented and submitted to me privately. Wednesday tilted her head. For what purpose, Professor? Something calculating entered Snape's expression. Let's call it academic interest. Knowledge should circulate freely, Wednesday replied. Hoarding it creates imbalance. Snape's lip curled slightly. Hogwarts functions on a carefully maintained balance of its own, Miss Addams. One which certain parties would prefer to adjust. You mean the Ministry, Draco said. Snape regarded him silently for a moment before replying. I mean anyone who values control over education. The subtext hung in the air between them. We'll document our findings, Wednesday said finally. See that you do. Snape turned away, clearly dismissing them. And Miss Addams? I suggest discretion regarding your family's techniques. Not all at Hogwarts appreciate innovation. As they left the dungeons, Draco glanced at Wednesday. That was strange. Was it? Wednesday looked thoughtful. Snape recognizes power when he sees it. He's calculating whether we represent opportunity or threat. And which are we? Draco asked. Wednesday's lips curved in the ghost of a smile. That depends entirely on him. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes. Defense against the dark arts proved particularly tedious, with Umbridge having them read another dry chapter from their textbook while she watched Wednesday with suspicious eyes. At dinner, Draco surprised the Slytherin table by asking Blaise to move over, making room for himself across from Wednesday. Crabbe and Goyle followed automatically, creating a buffer of confused muscle on either side of him. Tonight's study group, Draco said, helping himself to roast chicken. Zabini and Knot will be there. Greengrass too. Wednesday speared a piece of rare lamb. Your inner circle. Draco's eyes narrowed slightly. They're good at ancient runes. And loyal to you, she observed. Even after your transformation. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged bewildered looks. Rumors of what exactly had happened during Wednesday's confrontation with Draco varied wildly, but the change in him was undeniable. His swagger had diminished, replaced by something more measured. He still commanded respect, but did so less aggressively. I haven't transformed, Draco objected. I've adapted. Evolution through trauma, Wednesday nodded. My family specializes in it. Draco smirked, a shadow of his old expression. Is that why you're all so strange? We're not strange, Wednesday replied. We're consistent. It's the world that's inconsistent. From the staff table, Wednesday felt eyes on her. Umbridge was watching their interaction with naked suspicion, while beside her, Cassius Blackwood leaned forward with undisguised interest. We're being observed, she noted. Draco didn't turn. Always are these days. Ministry's paranoid. Paranoia implies irrationality, Wednesday said. Their fear is quite rational. Change destabilizes control. And you're definitely change, Draco muttered, though without the malice that would have colored such a statement weeks earlier. At precisely 7 o'clock, Wednesday entered the library. Draco and his study group had claimed a table in the far corner, partially hidden behind shelves of ancient texts. Theodore Knott looked up first, nudging Blaise, who stopped mid-sentence. Addams, Draco acknowledged, indicating an empty chair beside him. We're working on the Elder Futhark translations for Professor Babbling. Wednesday sat, placing her own parchment on the table. The others leaned forward curiously. Where their translations consisted of neatly ordered runes with English equivalents, Wednesday's featured the runes arranged in concentric circles with lines connecting related symbols. What in Merlin's name is that? Blaze asked. Semantic mapping, Wednesday replied. Runes aren't isolated symbols. They form relational networks. Daphne Greengrass frowned. Babbling never mentioned that. Educational institutions prioritize linear thinking, Wednesday said, tracing a line between two symbols. Reality rarely cooperates. Theo snorted. You sound like Trelawney after too much cooking sherry. Divination is valid, Wednesday replied seriously. Just not as it's taught here. True seers don't predict the future, they recognize patterns ordinary minds ignore. An uncomfortable silence fell over the table as the Slytherins exchanged glances. They'd invited her for her academic prowess, not philosophical tangents. Right, Draco said finally. About these translations. They worked steadily for an hour, Wednesday offering insights that, while unorthodox, proved remarkably effective. Even Theo, initially skeptical, began incorporating her circular approach into his own translations. This actually makes sense, he admitted grudgingly. The relationships between protection runes and travel runes are obvious when you arrange them this way. Wednesday nodded. All magic connects. Artificial divisions create weak points. The conversation gradually shifted from homework to broader magical theory. Wednesday spoke of American approaches to magical education, describing Ilvermorny's more practical curriculum and the independent study traditions of smaller regional schools. And your family? Daphne asked, curiosity overcoming caution. Everyone says you practice some kind of old magic. The oldest, Wednesday confirmed. Before the divide between magical and non-magical. Before wandcraft became standard. That's impossible, Blaze scoffed. Wandless magic at that scale is just myth. Wednesday held out her palm. Without speaking or moving, she caused a small flame to appear, dancing above her hand. Unlike normal magical fire, this flame burned black at its core, with deep purple edges. Bloody hell, Theo whispered. All children in my family perform wandless magic from infancy, Wednesday said, closing her hand to extinguish the flame. We receive wands as a concession to modern convention, not necessity. Draco, who'd been watching silently, leaned forward. My father says old families had abilities that have been lost over generations. Powers the ministry would prefer remained forgotten. Power isn't lost, Wednesday replied. It's suppressed. Standardization breeds control. A shadow fell across their table. They looked up to find Madame Pants glaring at them. The library closes in 15 minutes, she announced. Begin packing up. As they gathered their materials, Draco hesitated, then asked the question that had clearly been on his mind all evening. That night, in the common room, he said quietly, ensuring only Wednesday could hear. What was that spell? It wasn't like anything I've ever experienced. Wednesday studied him for a moment. The Addams unveiling, she finally replied. It reveals a person's deepest fear by temporarily removing the barriers between conscious and unconscious thought. Draco swallowed. Is it? Dark arts? Categories like dark and light are modern constructs, she said. Old magic simply is. Intention determines effect. And what was your intention? He asked, voice barely audible. Wednesday's dark eyes met his. Balance, she said simply. You needed to experience the fear you so casually inflict. Something shifted in Draco's expression, not anger, but recognition. He nodded once. As they left the library, they found the corridor unusually empty. Curfew wasn't for another hour, yet the usual stragglers were nowhere to be seen. Something's wrong, Draco murmured. They rounded the corner to find a crowd gathered before a newly installed notice board. At the front stood Dolores Umbridge, her pink cardigan almost glowing in the torchlight as she posted a new educational decree. "What's happening?" Blaze asked a nearby Ravenclaw. "New rules," the girl whispered back. "They're targeting specific magical practices now." Wednesday moved closer, reading the parchment as Umbridge stepped back with obvious satisfaction. Educational Decree 27 By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts, the following magical practices are hereby banned from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Non-standard potion brewing techniques, ritualistic arrangement of magical components, incantations in unregistered languages, symbolic pattern magic, any spellcasting invoking family-specific magical traditions. Violators will face immediate disciplinary action, including but not limited to detention, confiscation of magical items, and possible suspension. Dolores Umbridge, High Inquisitor, this is outrageous. Hermione Granger's voice rose above the murmurs. Half these practices are standard in international magical education. Do you question ministry expertise, Miss Granger? Umbridge asked sweetly. I question the educational value of restricting established magical approaches, Hermione replied, cheeks flushed. 5 points from Gryffindor for disrespect, Umbridge said with a wide smile. She scanned the crowd, her gaze stopping on Wednesday. The ministry is committed to ensuring standardized, safe magical education for all students, regardless of their background. Wednesday stared back impassively. Standardization is the last refuge of mediocrity. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Umbridge's face tightened. Another 5 points from Slytherin, she said. And detention, Miss Addams. Tomorrow evening at 7. As students dispersed, whispering fervently, Draco fell into step beside Wednesday. You realize she wrote that decree specifically for you? Fear manifests as control, Wednesday replied. She fears what she doesn't understand. She fears what she can't control, Draco corrected. And you're definitely that. They reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Before speaking the password, Draco hesitated. You should be careful, he said quietly. Umbridge has more power than you realize. My father says the ministry is changing. All institutions decay eventually, Wednesday replied. Usually from within. Draco shook his head. This isn't philosophy, Addams. It's politics. Real consequences. Something in his tone made Wednesday truly look at him. Concern, an unfamiliar expression on Draco Malfoy's face. Your warning is noted, she said finally. The next day passed in a blur of classes and whispered conversations about the new decree. Professors seemed divided in their reactions. McGonagall pursed her lips disapprovingly whenever it was mentioned, while Flitwick appeared genuinely distressed. Snape, unsurprisingly, showed no reaction at all. At precisely 7 o'clock, Wednesday reported to Umbridge's office. The room had been transformed since her previous detention, with even more decorative plates featuring mewling kittens arranged in nauseating symmetry. Good evening, Miss Addams, Umbridge said sweetly from behind her desk. I'm pleased to see you're punctual, at least. Wednesday said nothing, taking in the office with her usual unnerving stare. You'll be writing lines today, Umbridge continued, indicating the familiar desk with parchment and black quill. You know the procedure. Wednesday sat, picking up the quill. What shall I write? I will conform to proper magical standards, Umbridge replied with evident satisfaction. For 3 hours, the only sound in the office was the scratch of quill against parchment. Umbridge busied herself with paperwork, occasionally glancing up to ensure Wednesday continued writing. Unlike other students, who winced or bit their lips against the pain, Wednesday wrote steadily without any sign of discomfort. At 10 o'clock, Umbridge finally spoke. Let me see your hand, Miss Addams. Wednesday extended her right hand. Where the words should have been carved into her flesh, there were only the same strange white symbols that had appeared during her previous detention. Umbridge's face contorted with fury. What is this? What have you done to the quill? Nothing, Wednesday replied truthfully. The quill functions as designed. It draws blood from the writer to inscribe the message. Then why aren't the proper words appearing? My blood rejects foreign commands, Wednesday explained. It's an Addams trait. Our blood has its own will. Umbridge snatched the parchment Wednesday had been writing on. The phrase, "I will conform to proper magical standards," was repeated hundreds of times in red ink. She threw it down in frustration. You think you're clever, don't you? Circumventing proper discipline with your foreign tricks. Umbridge leaned forward, her voice dropping dangerously. The Ministry is watching you very closely, Miss Addams. This resistance will not continue indefinitely. Nothing does, Wednesday agreed. Umbridge's eyes narrowed. You may go. But this matter is far from resolved. As Wednesday left the office, she found the corridor unusually dark, several torches extinguished. A figure stepped from the shadows, Cassius Blackwood. Miss Addams, he said smoothly. A late evening for you. Ministry business appears to operate outside normal hours, she observed. He fell into step beside her. I couldn't help noticing your resilience to Professor Umbridge's disciplinary methods. Fascinating, from a theoretical perspective. Theory rarely captures reality accurately, Wednesday replied, continuing toward the dungeons. Your family has quite a reputation in certain circles, Blackwood continued. Ancient bloodline, unconventional magical practices, ties to historical events most textbooks overlook. Wednesday stopped, turning to face him directly. What do you want, Mr. Blackwood? His smile didn't reach his eyes. Direct, aren't you? Very well. The Department of Mysteries studies magical anomalies, Miss Addams. Your family represents several. We're not anomalies, Wednesday countered. We're continuity. Your ministry is the deviation. Blackwood's eyebrows rose. Strong words. And what would you say if I told you we've discovered references to the Addams family in our most ancient archives? References suggesting your ancestors once worked alongside magical authorities. This caught Wednesday's attention. Which ancestors, specifically? That's classified information, Blackwood replied with evident satisfaction. But I could be persuaded to share more, given the right cooperation. Cooperation, Wednesday repeated flatly. A simple exchange, Blackwood clarified. Information about your family's magical practices for information about your family's historical role in Britain. Wednesday studied him silently for a moment. My great-aunt Calpurnia kept detailed journals of her time at Hogwarts, including her interactions with ministry predecessors. Interest flashed in Blackwood's eyes. And where might these journals be? In our family vault, Wednesday replied. I could request them. For academic purposes. That would be most helpful, Blackwood said. A productive exchange between the ministry and an internationally significant magical family. Wednesday nodded once. I'll consider it. Blackwood smiled, this time with genuine satisfaction. Excellent. I look forward to our future conversations, Miss Addams. He strode away down the corridor, his footsteps echoing against the stone walls. When Wednesday finally entered the Slytherin common room, she found it nearly empty, except for Draco, who sat by the dying fire, apparently waiting for her. 3 hours with Umbridge, he observed as she approached. Must have been delightful. Educational, Wednesday replied, examining the faint white marks on her hand. Draco's eyes narrowed. Let me see that. Somewhat to her surprise, she allowed him to take her hand, turning it to examine the strange symbols in the firelight. These aren't from the blood quill, he said. At least, not directly. The quill activates family protections, Wednesday explained. Blood magic older than your ministry. Draco released her hand, looking troubled. Blackwood was waiting outside Umbridge's office, wasn't he? Wednesday raised an eyebrow. How did you know? He's been following you for days, Draco said. Always watching, always taking notes. Father mentioned him once, said he's involved in classified research. He offered an exchange, Wednesday said. Information about my family for information about my ancestors' connection to Britain's magical governance. Draco leaned forward. And do they have a connection? Great Aunt Calpurnia attended Hogwarts, Wednesday confirmed. Beyond that, family history becomes selective. Meaning? The Addams family maintains its own historical records, she explained. The official version rarely aligns with ours. Draco considered this. You shouldn't trust Blackwood. Whatever he's after, it's not academic interest. Trust requires vulnerability, Wednesday replied. I have no intention of being vulnerable. Something like admiration flickered across Draco's face. You know, Addams, you might be the only person at Hogwarts who'd make a decent Slytherin even without magic. From Wednesday, this earned the rarest of responses, a small, genuine smile. High praise from the House Prince. Former Prince, Draco corrected, glancing toward the lake windows. My reign ended with a whimper in front of the entire common room, remember? Power structures evolve, Wednesday observed. You've adapted rather than collapsed. That demonstrates actual strength, not the illusion of it. Draco looked at her curiously. Is that why you did it? To force me to evolve. I did it to restore balance, Wednesday replied. Your evolution was your own choice. The next morning, Wednesday received a small parcel delivered by an ancient-looking raven rather than the usual owl. It dropped the package beside her toast and perched on her shoulder, rubbing its beak affectionately against her cheek. Hello, Corvus, she murmured. Mother sent you. The bird cawed softly, then accepted a piece of bacon before taking flight. Around her, students stared with undisguised curiosity. Your family uses ravens for mail? Malcolm Ellis asked, having claimed the now customary seat across from her. Ravens for confidential matters, Wednesday replied, unwrapping the package carefully. Vultures for formal occasions. Bats for emergencies. Inside the package was a small black book bound in what appeared to be scaly leather, along with a note written in spidery purple ink. Wednesday, darling, your inquiry about Great Aunt Calpurnia's time in Britain piqued our interest. This is her personal grimoire from her Hogwarts years. The family archives mentioned ministry interest in her work with sealed chambers beneath the school. Apparently, certain ancient protections required Addams' blood to access. How delightfully mysterious. Uncle Fester sends his love and a reminder that explosive solutions rarely solve complex problems, but they do make satisfying distractions. With adoration, Mother P.S. Pugsley blew up the East Wing again. We're considering it a redecoration opportunity. Wednesday tucked the note away and examined the grimoire. The cover featured an embossed symbol, a raven perched on a cauldron, with a wand and a dagger crossed beneath it. The Addams family crest. What's that? Draco asked, sliding onto the bench beside her with unusual casualness. Family history, Wednesday replied, slipping the book into her robes. Specifically requested. Draco's eyes narrowed. For Blackwood. For me, she corrected. Knowledge is best gathered before it's exchanged. Throughout the day, Wednesday caught glimpses of the book between classes. Great Aunt Calpurnia's handwriting was elegant but dense, filling pages with descriptions of spells, potions, and rituals performed during her time at Hogwarts. Scattered throughout were references to the Chamber Project and blood-sealed doorways. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall caught her reading beneath the desk. Miss Addams, while I appreciate literary enthusiasm, perhaps you could focus on transforming your raven into a writing desk. My apologies, Professor, Wednesday replied, closing the grimoire. Family research. McGonagall's lips thinned. Family research belongs in your free time, not my classroom. Of course, Wednesday agreed, turning to her untransfigured raven, which watched her with intelligent eyes. Shall we continue, Edgar? The bird, which was definitely not a standard classroom raven, cawed softly. McGonagall blinked. Did you bring your own raven to class, Miss Addams? Edgar is family, Wednesday explained. He finds being transfigured educational. The professor opened her mouth, then closed it again, apparently deciding this battle wasn't worth fighting. Just ensure he cooperates with the lesson objectives. By dinner, Wednesday had read enough to develop a theory. Calpurnia's notes suggested the existence of a sealed chamber accessible only to those with specific bloodlines, including the Addams family and, interestingly, the Malfoys. As she entered the Great Hall, she caught Draco's eye and tilted her head slightly toward the entrance. He frowned but excused himself from his friends and followed her into the corridor. "What is it?" he asked once they were alone. "I found something," Wednesday replied quietly. "About a hidden chamber beneath Hogwarts. One that requires specific bloodlines to access." Draco's expression shifted from irritation to interest. "What kind of chamber?" "Calpurnia's notes are incomplete," Wednesday admitted. "But they mention a collaborative project between ancient families to create a secure repository for certain artifacts. Artifacts the ministry of her day found, concerning. And the Addams family was involved?" Wednesday nodded. "Along with several others. Including the Malfoys." Draco's eyes widened slightly. "That's impossible. Father would have mentioned it." "Would he?" Wednesday asked. "If it involved knowledge the ministry preferred forgotten." He hesitated, clearly torn between skepticism and intrigue. "Where is this supposed chamber?" "According to Calpurnia, beneath the dungeons," Wednesday replied. "Behind a wall marked with family crests." "I've never seen any wall with crests in the dungeons," Draco objected. "And I've been through every corridor." "Not every corridor," Wednesday countered. "There's a sealed passage on the lowest level. I sensed it my first week here." "Sensed it?" Draco repeated incredulously. "Old magic leaves traces," she explained. "Family magic leaves stronger ones." Draco considered this. "Even if you're right, what's the point? Some dusty old chamber with forgotten artifacts." "Knowledge," Wednesday replied simply. "The kind Blackwood is seeking." Understanding dawned in Draco's eyes. "Information you control has value. Information he controls becomes leverage against you." Wednesday nodded. "Precisely. When do we look?" Draco asked without hesitation. "Tonight," she replied. "After curfew. The dungeons are least patrolled on Wednesdays." A reluctant smile tugged at Draco's mouth. "Is that why you're called Wednesday? Born for sneaking around midweek?" "I was named for the nursery rhyme," Wednesday replied seriously. "Wednesday's child is full of woe." "Right," Draco said, smile fading. "Of course you were." That night, the Slytherin common room emptied slowly. Draco and Wednesday sat at opposite ends, pretending to study while waiting for the last students to head to bed. Finally, around midnight, they were alone. "We should use disillusionment charms," Draco suggested, drawing his wand. Wednesday shook her head. "Unnecessary. I have something better." She withdrew a small vial of black liquid from her robes. "Shadow essence. A family recipe." "What does it do?" "Temporarily binds your form to existing shadows," she explained. "You become part of them, moving as they move." Draco eyed the vial suspiciously. "Is it safe?" "Relatively," Wednesday replied, removing the stopper. "Don't panic when your corporeal form begins to dissolve. That's normal." "When it what?" Draco began, but Wednesday had already taken a small sip, passing him the vial. Before his eyes, her edges began to blur, her form darkening until she seemed to melt into the shadows cast by the fireplace. Only her eyes remained distinct, dark pools floating in darkness. "Your turn," her voice whispered, seemingly from the shadow itself. Draco hesitated, then downed a small sip. The sensation was immediate, a cold, liquid feeling washing over his skin, as if he were dissolving from the outside in. He gasped, looking down to find his hands turning to smoke like darkness. "What the, relax," Wednesday's voice soothed from nearby. "Resistance makes it uncomfortable." Draco forced himself to breathe evenly as the transformation completed. His body felt lighter, almost insubstantial, yet still under his control. "How do we move?" he whispered. "Through shadow," Wednesday replied. "Think of darkness as a pathway." She demonstrated, her shadowy form gliding along the wall where firelight met stone. Draco followed, discovering that it felt like swimming through cool liquid rather than walking. They slipped through the common room entrance without needing the password, their incorporeal forms passing through the small gap beneath the stone door. The dungeon corridors were dimly lit by widely spaced torches, creating perfect shadow highways for them to travel. They descended deeper than Draco had ever gone, past the potions classrooms, past the storage rooms, down staircases rarely used. The air grew colder, the stones more ancient. "How much farther?" Draco's voice seemed to echo strangely in his shadow form. "Close," Wednesday replied. "The magic grows stronger here." They turned down a narrow corridor that ended in a blank stone wall. To ordinary eyes, it would appear unremarkable, just another dead end in Hogwarts' labyrinthine dungeons. But as they approached, Wednesday pointed to barely visible carvings in the stone. "Family crests," she whispered. "Worn by time but still present." Draco peered closer. Indeed, faint outlines of crests could be discerned, a sequence of them forming an arch across the seemingly solid wall. Among them, he recognized the Malfoy crest, a serpent coiled beneath a stylized M. "There," he said, pointing. "That's my family's mark." Wednesday nodded, her shadow form rippling slightly. "And there is mine." She indicated a crest showing the raven and cauldron design. "What now?" Draco asked. Wednesday withdrew a small silver knife from the darkness of her form. "Blood is the key. The most ancient magic always requires sacrifice." Before Draco could object, she drew the blade across her palm, then held her bleeding hand toward the Addams crest. Droplets of black-red blood, darker than normal human blood, drifted from her shadow form to the stone. The moment the blood touched the carving, it began to glow with a pale blue light. The stone absorbed the droplets, the light spreading to trace the entire crest. "Your turn," Wednesday said, offering the knife. Draco hesitated. "Blood magic is seriously dark stuff, Addams." "Not dark," she corrected. "Old. Before artificial classifications. Before ministry regulations." With a deep breath, Draco took the knife and made a small cut across his palm, wincing at the sharp pain. He pressed his bleeding hand against the Malfoy crest. Unlike Wednesday's blood, which had been absorbed quietly, Draco's caused the stone to emit a soft hissing sound, as if recognizing something both familiar and foreign. The crest glowed silver rather than blue, its light pulsing gently. As both crests illuminated, a chain reaction began. One by one, the other family crests lit up in different colors, gold, green, red, purple, until the entire arch blazed with rainbow light. The stone wall trembled, then silently swung inward, revealing a chamber beyond. "We found it," Draco whispered, a note of genuine awe in his voice. "No," Wednesday corrected. "It found us." They stepped through the doorway, their shadow forms automatically solidifying as they entered the chamber. The shadow essence wore off quickly in the presence of the ancient magic saturating the room. The chamber was circular, perhaps 30 feet in diameter, with a domed ceiling covered in constellations that shifted slowly, mimicking the night sky above. The walls were lined with stone shelves containing artifacts, ancient books, ornate boxes, crystals of various colors, and instruments whose purposes weren't immediately apparent. In the center stood a round table of polished black stone, its surface etched with the same family crests that had sealed the doorway. 13 high-backed chairs surrounded it, each carved with a different family emblem. "What is this place?" Draco breathed, turning slowly to take it all in. "The council chamber," Wednesday replied, running her fingers along the table's edge. "Where the ancient families gathered beyond ministry oversight." "Council? What council?" "According to Calpurnia's notes, a council of magical families that predated Hogwarts itself," Wednesday explained. "They created this chamber when the school was built, ensuring their collective knowledge would be preserved regardless of shifting political winds." Draco approached one of the chairs, tracing the Malfoy emblem carved into its high back. "Why don't I know about this? Why doesn't Father?" "Knowledge becomes dangerous in certain eras," Wednesday replied. "Better forgotten than used against you." They began examining the artifacts on the shelves. Many bore family crests, indicating personal contributions to the shared repository. Wednesday found several items marked with the Addams emblem, a silver hand mirror whose reflective surface swirled like smoke, a book bound in what appeared to be human skin, and a small box containing earth from various magical locations. Draco, meanwhile, discovered Malfoy contributions, a serpent-shaped wand holder made of platinum, a collection of scrolls written in archaic Latin, and a crystal vial containing swirling silver memories. "These are family heirlooms," he said, carefully examining the scrolls. "Things that should be in our vault at Gringotts." "They're more than heirlooms," Wednesday replied. "They're keys." "Keys to what?" She gestured to the center of the table, where a small indentation lay unnoticed until now. Whatever the council was protecting. Whatever required all 13 bloodlines to access. As they continued exploring, Draco found a shelf containing more recent additions, items dated from the late 1800s, including journals and correspondence. "Look at this," he said, holding up a letter. "It's from my great-grandfather to Calpurnia Addams." Wednesday joined him, examining the yellowed parchment. "My dear Miss Addams, your proposal regarding the chamber's continued secrecy is both prudent and timely. The ministry grows increasingly intrusive, and Grindelwald supporters seek ancient power sources without understanding their proper guardianship. The Malfoy family concurs with your assessment. We have removed all references to the council and its chamber from our family records. I suggest you do the same. What cannot be found cannot be seized. The artifact remains secure. May it stay so until a time when its power is again needed, though I confess I hope such a time never comes. With highest regard, Septimus Malfoy, the artifact." Draco frowned. "What artifact?" Wednesday's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Something powerful enough to concern both our families. Something they believed needed protection not just from the ministry, but from dark wizards like Grindelwald." They turned to the table's central indentation with renewed interest. Upon closer examination, it appeared to be a circular depression sized perfectly for an object about as large as a snitch. "Whatever it was, it's not here now," Draco observed. "Or it's hidden beyond ordinary perception," Wednesday suggested. She reached into her robes and withdrew a small cloth bag. From it, she produced what appeared to be a human finger bone. Draco recoiled slightly. "What are you doing with that?" "Divination tool," Wednesday replied matter-of-factly. "Belonging to a particularly sensitive ancestor." She held the bone over the indentation. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the bone began to rotate slowly in her fingers, as if pulled by an invisible force. "There's something here," she murmured. "Something concealed by multiple layers of protection." Before she could investigate further, a sound from the entrance made them both freeze. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. "Someone followed us," Draco hissed, drawing his wand. Wednesday quickly returned the bone to her bag and gestured toward a shadowy alcove behind one of the bookshelves. They slipped into it just as a figure appeared in the doorway. Cassius Blackwood stood silhouetted against the corridor torchlight, his wand raised. "Remarkable," he breathed, stepping into the chamber. After all these years, it's finally open. He moved to the central table, running his hands over the crests with obvious excitement. The council chamber. Just as the archives described it. Draco shifted slightly, his foot scraping against the stone floor. Blackwood's head snapped up. "Who's there?" he demanded. "Show yourself." When no one responded, he smiled thinly. "No matter. I know it was you, Miss Addams. You and young Mr. Malfoy. Your blood signatures are still fresh on the door." He began examining the shelves, occasionally pocketing small items with casual disregard for their ownership. When he reached the shelf containing the Malfoy artifacts, he selected the crystal vial of memories with particular interest. "The Ministry will be most grateful for these contributions to our understanding of ancient magical cooperation," he announced to the apparently empty room. "Though I suspect your families might object to their requisitioning." From their hiding place, Draco tensed, clearly furious at the theft of his family's property. Wednesday placed a restraining hand on his arm. Blackwood approached the central table again, studying the indentation. "And where, I wonder, is the resonator?" The archives mentioned a device of extraordinary power, capable of amplifying magical energies beyond normal limits. The primary reason for the council's existence. He cast several revealing spells, but the indentation remained empty. Frustration crossed his features. "No matter," he muttered. "The chamber itself is discovery enough for one night. The rest will come in time." He turned to leave, then paused at the doorway. "Oh, and Miss Addams. Mr. Malfoy. Do enjoy explaining to Professor Umbridge why you're out of bounds after curfew. I believe she's patrolling the upper dungeons as we speak." With that, he departed, his footsteps fading down the corridor. "That thieving Ministry bastard," Draco snarled, emerging from the alcove. "Those are Malfoy heirlooms." He took Addams' artifacts as well, Wednesday noted calmly. "But he missed what matters most. The resonator thing he mentioned." Wednesday nodded. "Whatever it is, it remains hidden. And now we know Blackwood's true objective." Draco ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "We need to return to the common room before Umbridge catches us." "One moment," Wednesday said, approaching the central table again. She withdrew a small black journal and a quill from her robes, quickly sketching the layout of the chamber and noting the positions of the family crests. "Evidence," she explained. "For later." They left the chamber reluctantly, watching as the stone door sealed itself behind them. The family crests faded back to near invisibility, once again appearing as mere weathering on ancient stone. Their return journey through the shadows was tense, both alert for signs of Umbridge or Filch. They encountered neither, though a close call with Mrs. Norris had them freezing in a particularly dark corner until the cat padded away, somehow unable to detect their shadow forms. Back in the Slytherin common room, the shadow essence wore off completely, leaving them solid and visible once more. Draco collapsed into a chair by the now dying fire. "That was..." he began, then shook his head. "I don't even have words." "Illuminating," Wednesday suggested, taking the seat opposite him. "Historical revisionism extends to families, not just institutions." "My father doesn't know," Draco said, more to himself than to her. "He can't know. He would have told me." "Would he?" Wednesday asked quietly. "If the knowledge endangered you?" Draco looked up sharply. "What do you mean?" "The letter mentioned removing references from family records," she pointed out. "For protection, not secrecy." "Perhaps that protection extended through generations." "But why?" Draco pressed. "What's so important about this council? About this resonator thing Blackwood mentioned?" "Power," Wednesday replied simply. "The kind governments fear in private hands." They sat in contemplative silence for a moment, watching the embers pulse with fading light. "What do we do now?" Draco finally asked. "Blackwood took family artifacts. He knows we found the chamber. We research, Wednesday decided. Calpurnia's grimoire mentioned the council, but not its purpose. We need more information. And then? A rare, small smile crossed Wednesday's face. Then we reclaim what belongs to our families. The next morning, they entered the Great Hall separately, maintaining their typical distance in public despite their growing alliance. Wednesday took her usual seat at the end of the Slytherin table, only to be joined minutes later by Malcolm Ellis and several other younger students who had adopted her as their unofficial protector. "Is it true?" Malcolm whispered excitedly. "Everyone's saying you hexed Filch's cat last night." Wednesday raised an eyebrow. "Rumors multiply like bacteria. Fascinating but rarely accurate." From further down the table, Draco caught her eye briefly before returning to his conversation with Blaise and Theo. Something had shifted between them after their discovery of the chamber, a tentative trust forged by shared secrets and common ancestry. As owls flooded the hall with the morning mail, a sleek ministry owl landed before Wednesday, extending its leg with mechanical efficiency. The attached letter bore the official seal of the Department of Mysteries. She opened it carefully, aware of curious eyes watching from all directions. "Miss Addams, your cooperation in recent educational matters has been noted with appreciation. The Department of Mysteries would value a formal conversation regarding historical connections between your family and British magical institutions. Please present yourself at my office, East Corridor, 3rd floor, this evening at 8 o'clock for an informational interview." This is not a request. Cassius Blackwood Unspeakable, Department of Mysteries Special Liaison to Hogwarts. Before she could tuck the letter away, another owl arrived, this one bearing the Malfoy crest on its leg band. It dropped a small, folded note beside her plate before winging away toward Draco, delivering what appeared to be an identical message. Wednesday unfolded the note discreetly. "Don't go alone. Meet me in the library at 7:30. DM." She glanced up to find Draco watching her, his expression unreadable to most, but she recognized the concern beneath his practiced nonchalance. She gave a slight nod before returning to her breakfast. Classes that day passed in a blur of distraction. Even Wednesday, normally attentive despite her apparent disinterest, found her thoughts returning to the chamber and its secrets. During History of Magic, while Professor Binns droned on about goblin rebellions, she quietly sketched the family crests she'd seen on the chamber's table, trying to identify each bloodline. In defense against the dark arts, Umbridge seemed particularly smug, shooting knowing looks toward Wednesday throughout the lesson. "Today," she announced in her girlish voice, "we will discuss the Ministry's classification system for magical artifacts. Understanding proper categorization is essential for identifying potentially dangerous objects." She waved her wand at the blackboard, where a list appeared: Class A, Standard Magical Items Class B, Regulated Magical Items Class C, Restricted Magical Items Class D, Prohibited Magical Items Class X, Unclassified Magical Items, subject to immediate Ministry confiscation, note particularly Class X, Umbridge continued, her gaze lingering on Wednesday. "Items without proper classification pose unknown risks to magical society and must be surrendered to Ministry experts for evaluation." "Like family heirlooms?" Wednesday asked quietly. Umbridge's smile tightened. "Family heirlooms with proper documentation and classification are perfectly acceptable, Miss Addams. It's the undocumented ones that concern us. Particularly those with foreign origins." The implication hung heavy in the air. Beside Wednesday, Theodore Knott shifted uncomfortably, while across the room, Harry Potter watched the exchange with evident interest. "One might argue," Wednesday replied, "that classification systems exist primarily to control access rather than ensure safety." 5 points from Slytherin, Umbridge said sweetly. "For questioning Ministry wisdom." After class, as students filed out, Harry deliberately bumped into Wednesday, pressing something into her hand as he muttered an apology. She glanced down to find a folded scrap of parchment. In the corridor, she unfolded it discreetly. Umbridge and Blackwood were talking about reclaiming dangerous artifacts before class. They mentioned ancient families hiding things from the ministry. Be careful. H.P. Wednesday tucked the note away, intrigued by Potter's unexpected warning. The boy who lived, reaching out to a Slytherin he barely knew. Curious indeed. At precisely 7:30 that evening, Wednesday entered the library. Draco sat at a secluded table in the restricted section, a note from Professor Snape granting him access lying conspicuously beside a stack of ancient books. "Good, you're here," he said without preamble as she joined him. "We need a plan." "For what purpose?" Wednesday asked, examining the books he'd gathered. They all related to magical governance and the founding of the ministry. "For dealing with Blackwood," Draco replied. "He's going to ask about the chamber." "About what we found." Wednesday considered this. Direct confrontation would be unwise. He represents institutional power. Exactly, Draco agreed. We need to give him something without giving him everything. A calculated revelation, Wednesday nodded. Enough to satisfy his immediate curiosity while misdirecting from our true discoveries. Draco leaned forward. "I found something in these records. The Council of 13 isn't completely erased from history, it's mentioned in passing in the earliest ministry documents. Described as an advisory body of established magical bloodlines that helped shape initial magical law. A sanitized version, Wednesday observed. Stripped of its true purpose. But useful for our purposes, Draco pointed out. We can acknowledge finding the chamber but present it as a historical curiosity, a meeting room for an early advisory council, nothing more. And the artifacts? Draco's expression darkened. Those he stole, you mean? We say nothing. Let him think they're the extent of what was hidden there. And the resonator? Wednesday asked. We've never heard of it, Draco said firmly. As far as we know, the chamber is just an interesting historical footnote. Wednesday nodded slowly. Plausible ignorance. A strategy with merit. They spent the next 20 minutes coordinating their story, ensuring no contradictions that Blackwood might exploit. At 7:55, they left the library together, heading for the third floor. Blackwood's office occupied what had once been a classroom, now transformed into a space that mimicked ministry aesthetics, all dark wood, leather, and institutional authority. He sat behind an imposing desk, a tea service arranged before him like a peace offering. "Ah, Miss Addams, Mr. Malfoy," he greeted them with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "How convenient that you've arrived together. Please, sit." They took the offered chairs, Wednesday maintaining her usual expressionless gaze while Draco adopted his practiced look of aristocratic boredom. "Tea?" Blackwood offered, already pouring. "An excellent blend from the minister's personal supplier." "No, thank you," Wednesday replied. "I'll pass," Draco added. Blackwood set the teapot down with a slightly harder thunk than necessary. "As you wish. Now, to business. I believe you both know why you're here." Neither responded, forcing him to continue. "The chamber you discovered last night represents a significant historical find," he said. "One that the Department of Mysteries has been researching for decades." "It's just an old meeting room," Draco said with convincing casualness. "Bit disappointing, really." Blackwood's eyes narrowed. "Just a meeting room? With blood-sealed doors and ancient family crests. Historical security measures were often dramatic," Wednesday observed. "Effectiveness secondary to impression." "Indeed," Blackwood replied, not bothering to hide his skepticism. "And I suppose the artifacts on the shelves were merely decorative." "Family contributions," Draco said with a shrug. "Status symbols to impress the other families. My ancestor's letter suggested as much." "Ah yes, the letter." Blackwood pulled out the very document they discovered the night before. "Quite interesting correspondence between your families. Particularly the reference to the artifact." "Old families accumulate many artifacts," Wednesday said. The letter was vague. Blackwood leaned forward. Let's dispense with the pretense, shall we? The chamber was created to house the resonator, a magical amplification device created by the 13 most powerful magical bloodlines of pre-medieval Britain. A device the Ministry has sought for centuries. Never heard of it, Draco said flatly. No. Blackwood's smile turned predatory. How unfortunate. Because according to our records, only direct blood descendants of the original 13 families can access its full power. Descendants like yourselves. Wednesday tilted her head slightly. If such a device existed, why would the Ministry want it? For safekeeping, of course, Blackwood replied smoothly. Such power should be properly secured. Properly controlled, you mean, Wednesday countered. Blackwood's false civility slipped momentarily. The distinction is irrelevant. The resonator belongs under Ministry jurisdiction, not in the hands of teenagers with no understanding of its capabilities. We don't have your resonator, Draco stated. The chamber was empty except for the family trinkets you already took. For a long moment, Blackwood studied them both, clearly weighing their words against his own knowledge. Finally, he sighed. Very well. If that's your position, I can't force a different answer. He straightened some papers on his desk. However, I should inform you that the chamber has now been officially designated as a Ministry research site. Any further unauthorized visits will be considered trespassing on Ministry property. The chamber was created by our families, Draco objected. It belongs to us, not the Ministry. The chamber exists within Hogwarts, which operates under Ministry oversight, Blackwood replied. Professor Umbridge has already approved our jurisdiction in this matter. He stood, indicating the meeting was concluding. I'd advise you both to focus on your studies and leave historical artifacts to those qualified to handle them. Should you remember anything about the resonator, my door is always open. As they left the office, Draco waited until they were well out of earshot before whispering, he knows we're lying. Of course, Wednesday agreed. But he can't prove it. What do we do now? Draco asked. They've seized the chamber. Temporarily, Wednesday replied. But they can't fully access it without our blood. An advantage we should utilize. They walked in thoughtful silence until reaching the staircase where they would separate, Draco to the Slytherin dungeons, Wednesday to the library for some final research. Addams, Draco said suddenly, why did Potter warn you about Blackwood and Umbridge? Wednesday raised an eyebrow. You saw the note. I see everything in Slytherin, he replied with a hint of his old smugness. Why would the Chosen One help you? Common enemies create unexpected alliances, Wednesday observed. Potter recognizes Ministry overreach when he sees it. Draco considered this. Be careful with Potter. His hero complex gets people hurt. Concern, Draco? Wednesday asked, the faintest hint of amusement in her voice. How uncharacteristic. He rolled his eyes. Pragmatism. I need you functional to solve this chamber mystery. Of course, she replied. Nothing more. As they parted ways, neither noticed the small, beetle-like form that had been perched on a nearby suit of armor, listening to every word. The next morning, Wednesday entered the Great Hall to find an unusual buzz of excitement. Students clustered around copies of the Daily Prophet, whispering animatedly. There she is, someone called as she walked to the Slytherin table. Heads turned, stares following her more intently than usual. Malcolm Ellis rushed up, thrusting a newspaper into her hands. You're famous, he exclaimed. Wednesday looked down at the front page, ancient chamber discovered at Hogwarts Ministry investigates powerful artifacts hidden by prominent families by Rita Skeeter. A secret chamber dating back to Hogwarts founding has been discovered beneath the school, sources within the Ministry of Magic confirm. The hidden room, sealed by blood magic and accessible only to descendants of certain pure-blood families, reportedly contained artifacts of extraordinary magical significance. Among the students involved in the discovery were Draco Malfoy, son of influential ministry advisor Lucius Malfoy, and Wednesday Addams, a mysterious American transfer student with ties to an ancient magical bloodline known for unconventional practices. The ministry is investigating items removed from the chamber for potential classification under the Magical Artifacts Regulation Act, said ministry spokesperson Percy Weasley. Some objects may represent previously unknown magical technologies. Anonymous sources suggest the chamber was created by a secretive council of 13 magical families who sought to hide powerful magical devices from early ministry oversight. The article continued, speculating wildly about the chamber's purpose and the nature of the Council of 13. Most concerning was a direct reference to something called the resonator, described as a legendary amplification device capable of enhancing spells beyond normal limitations. Wednesday folded the paper calmly as Draco approached, his face tight with anger. "Have you seen this?" he demanded, pointing to the prophet. "Just now," she replied. "Someone talked," he hissed. "Blackwood must have leaked it." Wednesday shook her head slightly. "This contains details we never mentioned to Blackwood." Someone else was listening. Before they could discuss further, the doors to the great hall burst open. Lucius Malfoy strode in, his face a mask of cold fury, cane tapping sharply against the stone floor. Behind him came a tall woman with streaks of white in her otherwise black hair, wearing an elegant black dress that seemed straight out of another century. "Mother," Wednesday said quietly. Morticia Addams glided toward her daughter with supernatural grace, drawing gasps and whispers from students who had speculated about Wednesday's family but never expected to see them in person. "Wednesday, darling," Morticia greeted her, bending to kiss both cheeks. "What a charming academic crisis you've created." Meanwhile, Lucius had reached Draco. "My office has been flooded with owls since dawn," he snapped, though keeping his voice low enough to avoid a public scene. "Explain yourself." "Father, not here," Lucius cut him off. "The headmaster's office. Now." As both families moved toward the exit, Umbridge hurried to intercept them, her pink cardigan almost glowing with excitement. "Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Addams," she simpered, as High Inquisitor, "should be present for any discussions regarding this most serious breach of—" "My dear woman," Morticia interrupted, her voice melodious yet somehow chilling, "while your enthusiasm for bureaucracy is noted, this is a family matter concerning ancient bloodline rights that predate your ministry's existence." Umbridge bristled. "The ministry has full authority over all magical activities at Hogwarts." "Does it?" Morticia raised one perfect eyebrow. "How fascinating. Gomez will be thrilled to test this theory in the International Confederation of Wizards, where he holds a seat on the Ancient Rights Council." Lucius, who clearly hadn't expected an ally in Morticia Addams, quickly added, "Dolores, I assure you that any findings will be properly reported through appropriate ministry channels. For now, however, this concerns artifacts belonging to the Malfoy and Addams families." Caught between her desire to control the situation and her reluctance to challenge Lucius Malfoy directly, Umbridge hesitated. "Of course, Cassius Blackwood will join us," Lucius added smoothly. "As the ministry's representative in this matter." This compromise seemed to satisfy Umbridge, who nodded stiffly. "Very well. I shall expect a full report." As the unusual procession made its way toward Dumbledore's office, Lucius and Draco in front, Wednesday and Morticia behind, followed by a hastily summoned Blackwood, students whispered excitedly. "Did you see her mother? Looks just like her. Bet they're all freaks. Malfoy's dad looks ready to kill someone." Dumbledore's office was already occupied when they arrived. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking unsurprised by the delegation entering his domain. Snape stood nearby, his expression carefully neutral. "Ah, Lucius," Dumbledore greeted pleasantly. "And Mrs. Addams, what a pleasure. I've been looking forward to meeting you since your daughter's most interesting sorting ceremony." "Headmaster," Morticia acknowledged with a graceful nod. "Your school is everything Wednesday described in her letters. Especially the dungeon aesthetics. Lucius cleared his throat impatiently. Dumbledore, I assume you've seen this morning's prophet? Indeed, the headmaster replied, gesturing to a copy on his desk. Most entertaining, though Rita's imaginative flourishes do tend toward the dramatic. This is no mere tabloid gossip, Lucius snapped. The chamber described in this article contains Malfoy family artifacts. Artifacts that have apparently been confiscated by the Ministry without proper authorization. The items were unclassified magical objects discovered on school grounds, Blackwood interjected. The Ministry has clear jurisdiction under Educational Decree 27. Those decrees, Morticia observed, were implemented after the discovery, were they not? Retroactive application seems legally questionable. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. A most astute observation, Mrs. Addams. Lucius paced irritably. The central issue remains, my son and Miss Addams discovered a chamber created by our ancestors. The contents belong rightfully to our families. The chamber itself is Ministry property, Blackwood insisted. As are all unclassified magical artifacts within it. Fascinating perspective, Morticia commented, examining her long, tapered fingers. The Addams family archives record quite a different legal arrangement. The council chamber was established through a binding magical contract between 13 families and the Hogwarts founders, granting perpetual ownership to the bloodline descendants. This caught everyone's attention, especially Blackwood's. You have documentation of the council? He asked, unable to hide his excitement. The Addams family documents everything, Morticia replied smoothly. Death, taxes, ancient magical pacts. Organization is key to effective necromancy. Dumbledore coughed slightly. Perhaps we should focus on the immediate concern. The chamber has been discovered, and certain items removed. The question now is how to proceed in a manner that respects both family rights and Ministry protocols. The items must be returned, Lucius stated firmly. After proper documentation, we can discuss appropriate handling of historically significant objects. Blackwood shook his head. Impossible. The artifacts are already undergoing classification at the Ministry. Without consent from the rightful owners? Morticia asked. Cousin, it will be devastated. He handles our legal affairs, and nothing upsets him more than property violations. Throughout this exchange, Wednesday and Draco had remained silent, observing the adults with careful attention. Now, Wednesday spoke. The chamber held more than artifacts, she said quietly. All eyes turned to her. Knowledge, she continued. Historical records documenting the true purpose of the council. Records the Ministry would find, illuminating. Blackwood leaned forward. What records? We found no such documentation. Hidden, Wednesday replied simply. Accessible only to blood descendants who know where to look. Draco caught on immediately. Family journals, correspondence between council members, records of their actual activities rather than the sanitized history the Ministry preserved. Lucius and Morticia exchanged looks, genuine surprise from Lucius, knowing calculation from Morticia. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested, a compromise might be reached. The Ministry returns the family artifacts to their rightful owners, and in exchange, Mr. Malfoy and Miss Addams share their historical discoveries, within reasonable limits, of course. And the chamber itself? Blackwood pressed. Remains accessible to all interested parties, Dumbledore said. Under proper supervision. A tense silence followed as each party considered the proposal. The Ministry requires assurances regarding any powerful magical devices discovered in the chamber, Blackwood finally said. Particularly the artifact referred to as the resonator. The what? Lucius asked sharply. A device mentioned in ancient records, Blackwood explained. Supposedly created by the council to amplify magical energies. Morticia's eyebrow rose fractionally. How interesting. The Addams records mention no such device. Nor do the Malfoy archives, Lucius added, though a brief glance at Draco suggested uncertainty. Nevertheless, Blackwood insisted, the ministry must be satisfied that no dangerous artifacts remain hidden. A thorough examination of the chamber, Dumbledore proposed, conducted jointly by ministry officials, Professor Snape as head of Slytherin House, and representatives from both families. Would that suffice? After further negotiation and several reluctant concessions from all sides, an agreement was reached. The confiscated artifacts would be returned following proper documentation. A joint inspection of the chamber would be conducted the following day. Historical records discovered would be shared selectively, with family-sensitive information redacted. As the meeting concluded, Lucius pulled Draco aside. "We will discuss your unauthorized exploration later," he said quietly. "But first, what is this resonator Blackwood is so fixated on?" "I don't know," Draco replied honestly. "Addams and I found references to it but not the object itself." Lucius studied his son carefully. "Whatever it is, the ministry's interest makes it significant. And what the ministry wants, we should be cautious about surrendering." Across the room, a similar conversation occurred between Wednesday and her mother. "The chamber was quite the discovery, darling," Morticia said. "Your great-aunt Calpurnia would be delighted. She always said Hogwarts held the best family secrets." "Blackwood believes the resonator still exists," Wednesday observed quietly. Morticia smiled enigmatically. "The resonator was the council's greatest creation. And its most dangerous. You know of it?" "The Addams family keeps its own secrets, Wednesday," her mother replied. "Some not even recorded in our grimoires. Some passed only from parent to child when the time is right." Wednesday's eyes narrowed slightly. "The time being now?" "Tonight," Morticia promised. "After our inspection of the chamber. Some knowledge is best shared in the presence of its source." That evening, Morticia was given guest quarters in the dungeons, at her specific request, despite Dumbledore's offer of more comfortable accommodations in the castle's upper levels. Wednesday joined her there after dinner, finding her mother arranging black roses in a vase, their stems still adorned with thorns. "The dungeons here lack a certain ambience," Morticia observed, adjusting a rose to ensure its thorns were prominently displayed. "But the constant chill has its charm." Wednesday sat in a nearby chair. "You recognized the chamber from the newspaper description." It wasn't a question, but Morticia nodded. "The Council of 13 has been part of Addams' family history for generations, though we speak of it rarely outside the family. Your father holds the Addams seat now, though the council hasn't formally convened in nearly a century." "What is the council's purpose?" Wednesday asked. "Beyond hiding artifacts from ministry control." Morticia arranged the final rose before turning to her daughter. "Balance, my dear. Magic, in its purest form, seeks equilibrium. Light and dark, creation and destruction, life and death, all part of the same whole. The council was formed to maintain that balance when magical institutions began favoring certain forms of magic over others." "And the resonator?" "A tool," Morticia replied, "created to amplify magical balance rather than raw power. It doesn't make spells stronger, it makes them truer to magic's fundamental nature." Wednesday considered this. "Blackwood believes it's a weapon. The ministry has always feared what it doesn't control," Morticia said with a dismissive wave. "The resonator is dangerous only to those who would impose artificial limitations on magic itself." "Why hide it?" "Because institutions inevitably corrupt," Morticia explained. "The original ministry sought to classify and regulate magic, for safety, they claimed. The council recognized this as the beginning of restriction." Wednesday nodded slowly. "Where is it now?" "Hidden," Morticia replied simply. "Protected by the combined magic of 13 bloodlines. Only when representatives of those bloodlines gather with common purpose can it be revealed. Draco and I represent only 2 lines," Wednesday pointed out. "For now," her mother agreed. "But you're not alone at Hogwarts. The 13 families have scattered, intermarried, evolved, but their descendants remain. Some may not even know their heritage. This revelation left Wednesday thoughtful. Before she could ask further questions, a knock came at the door. Morticia opened it to find Professor Snape. "Mrs. Addams, the headmaster requests your presence. There's been a development regarding tomorrow's inspection." "How intriguing," Morticia replied. "Lead on, Professor." "Wednesday, darling, we'll continue our conversation later." After they departed, Wednesday returned to the Slytherin common room, finding it unusually subdued. Students whispered in corners, conversation stopping whenever she approached. Near the fireplace, Draco sat alone, staring into the flames. She joined him, taking the chair opposite. "Your father left." Called back to the ministry, Draco replied without looking up. "Emergency Wisengamot session regarding historical artifact jurisdiction or some such political maneuvering. Convenient timing. Isn't it?" Draco finally met her gaze. Father seemed genuinely surprised about the resonator. "Said there was nothing in our family records." "Records can be selectively edited," Wednesday observed. "My mother confirmed the resonator's existence but was vague about details." Draco leaned forward. "What did she say?" "That it amplifies magical balance rather than raw power," Wednesday replied. "And that it's hidden somewhere only accessible to descendants of all 13 families." Draco frowned. "That's impossible. Some of those bloodlines must have died out over the centuries. Or evolved," Wednesday suggested. "Through marriage, through diaspora, through name changes. So we'd need to find descendants of 13 ancient magical bloodlines," Draco said skeptically. "All willing to work together toward some vague common purpose. Seems unlikely." "Perhaps," Wednesday acknowledged. "Unless they're already here." "At Hogwarts?" Draco's eyebrows rose. "Where better to hide something accessible only to diverse bloodlines?" Wednesday asked. "A school drawing students from every magical family in Britain." Draco considered this, excitement gradually replacing skepticism. "We'd need to identify them somehow. Prove their bloodline connection to the original council. The chamber might hold that information," Wednesday suggested. "Family records, genealogies. Which we can access tomorrow during the official inspection," Draco realized. "With our parents and the ministry watching every move. A complication," Wednesday acknowledged. "But not insurmountable." They spent the next hour strategizing, developing a plan to gather the information they needed while maintaining the appearance of cooperation with the official inspection. As curfew approached, Draco stood to leave. "Addams," he said, hesitating. "This partnership, it's temporary. Once we figure out this chamber business, things go back to normal." "Define normal," Wednesday replied. Draco gestured vaguely. "You know. House dynamics, social order. Me not getting hexed into oblivion by you. The hierarchy you maintained through fear," Wednesday clarified. "Is that truly your preference? After experiencing its alternative?" Something uncomfortable crossed Draco's face. "It's what's expected." "By whom?" "Everyone," he snapped. "My father, Slytherin, the other houses. I'm a Malfoy. There are expectations." Wednesday studied him silently for a moment. "Fear and respect aren't synonymous, Draco. You've started earning the latter. Returning to the former would be regression, not restoration." He had no response to that. With a curt nod, he headed for the boys' dormitory, leaving Wednesday alone by the dying fire. The next morning dawned cold and gray, with a thick mist hanging over the grounds. By 8 o'clock, an unusual group had assembled in the entrance hall: Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape representing Hogwarts, Blackwood and 2 ministry officials for the Department of Mysteries, Morticia Addams in an elegant black dress that seemed designed for a funeral rather than a school inspection, and Wednesday and Draco, standing slightly apart from the adults. "Are we all assembled?" Dumbledore asked pleasantly. "Excellent. Shall we proceed to the chamber? Blackwood stepped forward. I should inform everyone that we've stationed additional ministry personnel at various points throughout the castle. Security purposes, you understand. How thorough, Morticia commented. One might almost suspect ulterior motives. Blackwood's smile tightened. Standard procedure for potentially sensitive operations, Mrs. Addams. Of course, she replied with a smile that made several people shiver involuntarily. The procession made its way down to the dungeons, students watching curiously from doorways and corridors. As they descended to the lowest level, the air grew noticeably colder. Even Draco, accustomed to the dungeons, pulled his cloak tighter. The entrance should be just ahead, Blackwood announced, leading them to the blank wall Wednesday and Draco had discovered. The wall appeared exactly as before, the family crests barely visible in the dim torchlight. Blackwood approached confidently, only to frown when he examined the stone more closely. The crests, he muttered. They're different. Wednesday and Draco exchanged glances. Indeed, the arrangement of family emblems had subtly shifted, some disappearing entirely while new ones had emerged. The chamber protects itself, Morticia observed calmly. Old magic responds to intention, not mere knowledge. Blackwood turned to Wednesday and Draco. Open it as you did before. They stepped forward, but Wednesday paused. The configuration has changed. The blood seal may require adaptation. Just try, Blackwood insisted impatiently. Wednesday removed a small silver knife from her robes, identical to the one she'd used previously. She made a small cut on her palm and pressed it to what appeared to be the Addams crest, though its position had shifted. Nothing happened. Draco, following her lead, did the same with what he believed to be the Malfoy crest. Again, nothing. Is this some kind of trick? Blackwood demanded. The chamber is selective, Morticia explained, stepping forward to examine the wall. It recognizes not just blood, but purpose. Our purpose is clear, Blackwood stated. Official inspection by authorized personnel. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested gently, the chamber recognizes a difference between inspection and intrusion. Blackwood's face flushed. The ministry has full authority, the ministry has existed for barely 1,000 years, Morticia interrupted. The magics here are older. They respond to magical law, not governmental decree. Wednesday, meanwhile, had been studying the wall carefully. The pattern has meaning, she said quietly to Draco. Look at the arrangement. He joined her, examining the shifted crests. They're forming something, a constellation. A ritual circle, Wednesday corrected. The 13 points represent the original council seats, but they've moved to defensive positions. Morticia overheard and approached. Well observed, Wednesday. The chamber is indeed in defensive alignment. She turned to the assembled group. The blood seal will not respond to force or authority. It requires invitation. Invitation from whom? McGonagall asked. From the chamber itself, Morticia replied. She placed her own hand on the wall, not on any crest but in the center of the pattern. We come seeking knowledge, not control. We acknowledge the council's authority in its domain. We offer respect, not demand entry. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the stone beneath her palm began to glow with a soft silver light. The light spread outward, tracing the outlines of the crests until the entire pattern illuminated. Now, Morticia said, stepping back. Wednesday and Draco approached again, placing their bleeding palms on their respective family crests. This time, the stone accepted their blood, the crests glowing blue and silver as before. Slowly, majestically, the wall dissolved, revealing the chamber beyond. Extraordinary, McGonagall breathed. The chamber appeared much as Wednesday and Draco remembered it, the circular room, the shelves of artifacts, the central table with 13 chairs. However, certain details had changed. Books had rearranged themselves on the shelves. The constellations on the domed ceiling moved in different patterns. The table's surface now displayed an intricate map of Hogwarts and its grounds. The artifacts, Blackwood said immediately, moving toward the shelves. His face fell as he realized most of the items he'd previously identified were no longer there. The chamber protects its contents, Morticia explained, gliding into the room with obvious familiarity. It reveals only what visitors need, not what they want. This is unacceptable, Blackwood sputtered. Where are the items that were here before? Safe, Morticia replied simply. Dumbledore, meanwhile, had approached the central table, examining the map with evident interest. Fascinating. This appears to be the original architectural plan for Hogwarts, including several passages I wasn't aware existed. Snape joined him, dark eyes scanning the intricate details. There, he said, pointing to a section beneath the lake. That chamber isn't on any known plans. Wednesday and Draco exchanged glances again. They had strategized about using the inspection to gather information discreetly, but the chamber itself seemed to be assisting them. While the adults clustered around the table debating various architectural mysteries, Wednesday slipped toward a previously unnoticed alcove. Inside, she found a small pedestal holding a single book bound in midnight blue leather. The cover bore no title, but when she opened it, she found a list of names organized by family crest. The bloodlines, she whispered. Draco appeared at her side, having noticed her discovery. What does it say? Names, she replied, scanning the pages quickly. Generations of them, organized by family. The most recent entries are. She trailed off, eyes widening slightly as she read the final entries. Draco leaned closer. That can't be right, he muttered. The book listed current representatives of each of the 13 bloodlines, students currently at Hogwarts. Some names were expected, Draco Malfoy, Wednesday Addams. Others were surprising, Longbottom, Bones, Lovegood. Most shocking was the final name on the list, Potter. Potter? Draco hissed. He can't be part of this. Bloodlines intermingle, Wednesday observed. Names change. Magic remembers. Before they could examine the list further, Blackwood's voice cut through their whispered conversation. What have you found there? He demanded, striding toward them. Wednesday closed the book calmly. Family records. Genealogies. Let me see that, Blackwood said, reaching for the book. As his fingers touched the cover, the book suddenly burst into blue flames. He jerked his hand back with a cry of pain. The flames consumed the book in seconds, leaving not even ash behind. Blood protection, Morticia explained, appearing beside them. Council records can only be handled by bloodline descendants. Blackwood nursed his burned fingers, glaring at them. What did it contain? Family histories, Wednesday replied truthfully. Nothing relevant to your investigation. The inspection continued for another hour, yielding little of value to the ministry representatives. The chamber seemed to have deliberately hidden anything of significant interest, leaving only architectural plans and historical minutiae that, while fascinating to academics like Dumbledore, contained nothing warranting confiscation. Eventually, Blackwood conceded defeat. We'll document what remains visible, he said stiffly. But the department will be submitting a formal protest regarding the disappearance of previously identified artifacts. I'm sure the proper paperwork will be filed, Morticia replied with serene indifference. Bureaucracy does so love its processes. As the group prepared to leave, Wednesday approached her mother. The book, she said quietly. You knew it would appear. The chamber provides what is needed, Morticia confirmed. You needed names. 13 students, Wednesday said. All here at Hogwarts. The council reforms when necessity demands, her mother replied. Magic finds its balance. Draco joined them, glancing nervously at Morticia. Mrs. Addams, about the names, a diverse group, Morticia observed with amusement. Quite unlike the original council, I imagine. How refreshing. But some of them would never cooperate, Draco protested. Potter? Longbottom? Common purpose overcomes personal differences, Morticia said. When the need is great enough. What need? Wednesday asked. What's happening that requires the council to reform? Morticia's expression grew serious. Balance is shifting, Wednesday. The ministry's increasing control of magical education is merely a symptom. Something darker grows beneath the surface, something that threatens the fundamental nature of magic itself. Voldemort? Draco whispered, glancing around to ensure no one overheard. A manifestation, not the cause, Morticia replied. He seeks power through division, light from dark, pure from impure. But true power comes from harmony, not separation. The resonator, Wednesday realized. It's needed to restore balance. Morticia nodded. The council created it for exactly this purpose, to correct magical imbalance when institutions fail to maintain it. But how do we find it? Draco asked. And how do we convince 11 other students to help us? The chamber has given you the first step, Morticia said. The rest of the path will reveal itself when you begin the journey. As they rejoined the main group, Blackwood was completing his documentation with evident frustration. The inspection had yielded none of the powerful artifacts or dangerous devices he'd hoped to confiscate. This concludes our official examination, he announced stiffly. Though further investigations may be required. The ministry is always welcome at Hogwarts, Dumbledore replied pleasantly. Within appropriate boundaries, of course. As they left the chamber, the wall resealed itself behind them, the family crests fading once more into near invisibility. Blackwood and his assistants departed immediately for the ministry, while the Hogwarts professors accompanied Morticia back to the main castle. Wednesday and Draco lingered behind. 13 students, Draco murmured, still processing the revelation. From different houses, different backgrounds. Different perspectives, Wednesday added. Balance in diversity. Potter will never work with me, Draco stated flatly. And I'd rather face the giant squid wandless than ask Longbottom for help. Wednesday regarded him thoughtfully. Pride is a luxury afforded to those with options. Do we have options, Draco? He met her gaze, frustration evident in his expression. This is impossible. Most worthwhile things are, she replied. The question is whether the outcome justifies the discomfort. Draco ran a hand through his hair, a gesture she'd noticed he made when genuinely conflicted rather than performing for an audience. Why us? He finally asked. Why now? The chamber chose us, Wednesday said simply. Magic recognizes its vessels. That evening, as Morticia prepared to depart, she shared a final private moment with Wednesday in the entrance hall. You found your purpose here, she observed, adjusting Wednesday's collar with motherly precision. How wonderful. It's complicated, Wednesday replied. The best purposes always are, Morticia said with a smile. Your father sends his love, by the way. He wanted to come, but the Hungarian horntail he's been wrestling developed separation anxiety. Tell him I miss his screams of agony, Wednesday said sincerely. Morticia beamed. I will, darling. Such a thoughtful daughter. She glanced across the hall where Draco stood with Snape, discussing something with unusual animation. Your friend is interesting. He's not my friend, Wednesday corrected. No. Morticia raised a perfectly arched eyebrow. What would you call him, then? Wednesday considered this. An evolving variable. The best kind, her mother agreed. She reached into her sleeve and withdrew a small black velvet pouch. This belongs to you now. A family heirloom passed to each generation when they're ready. Wednesday accepted the pouch, feeling something small and round inside. The resonator? A key, Morticia corrected. One of 13 needed to find the resonator. The Addams key. And the others? With their bloodline descendants, Morticia replied. Some known to them, some yet to be discovered. When all 13 come together with common purpose, the resonator will reveal itself. Wednesday slipped the pouch into her robe pocket. Thank you, Mother. One last thing, Morticia said, her voice lowering. Watch Blackwood carefully. The Department of Mysteries has its own agenda, separate from the wider ministry. They seek the resonator for purposes that contradict its nature. What purposes? Control, Morticia said simply. The opposite of balance. Be vigilant, Wednesday. And remember, an Addams never fears darkness, but always respects its power. With a final embrace, Morticia departed, leaving Wednesday with new knowledge, new responsibility, and a small velvet pouch containing a key to ancient power. As the castle settled into evening routines, Wednesday found herself approaching the library. Inside, she spotted Draco in a secluded corner, poring over a thick genealogy text. Research? She asked, joining him without invitation. He looked up, surprisingly unsurprised by her presence. Trying to verify the names we saw. So far I've confirmed Bones and Lovegood as ancient lines, though I never would have connected them to the council. Traditional historical narratives are often convenient fictions, Wednesday observed, taking the seat opposite him. Written by those with reason to simplify. Draco closed the book with a sigh. This is going to be impossible. Even if we somehow convinced all 13 to work together, we don't know what we're looking for or how to activate it. Wednesday reached into her pocket and placed the small velvet pouch on the table between them. We have the first piece. Draco stared at it. What is that? The Addams key, she replied. One of 13 needed to locate the resonator. Carefully, almost reverently, Draco reached for the pouch. May I? Wednesday nodded. He opened it, tipping the contents into his palm. A small obsidian disc, no larger than a galleon, inlaid with silver in the pattern of the Addams family crest. My mother said each bloodline has one, Wednesday explained. Some known to their descendants, some yet to be discovered. Draco examined the disc closely. This is old magic, he murmured. Really old. I can feel it. He looked up suddenly. Do you think my family has one too? Likely, Wednesday replied. Though your father may not know of it. The manor, Draco said, thinking aloud. We have a family vault beneath the drawing room. Items passed down for generations, things father never discusses. Worth investigating during your next holiday, Wednesday suggested. Draco returned the disc to its pouch and handed it back to her. So we need 13 of these, plus 13 willing bloodline descendants, all working towards some vague, common purpose. Anything else? Perhaps a unicorn that breathes fire? Skepticism is a shield against disappointment, Wednesday observed. But sometimes shields block opportunity as well as pain. Draco leaned back in his chair, studying her. You actually believe we can do this, don't you? I believe magic has its own intentions, she replied. We are instruments, not architects. That's not comforting. It wasn't meant to be. Despite his skepticism, something had shifted in Draco's demeanor. The possibility, however remote, of participating in ancient magic beyond ministry control clearly appealed to him. If, and that's a massive if, we decided to pursue this, he said carefully, where would we start? With the names, Wednesday replied. Determining which students might be receptive to initial contact. Draco nodded slowly. Bones would be approachable. She's reasonable for a Hufflepuff. Lovegood is, strange, but not hostile. Potter is necessary, Wednesday added. Draco's expression soured. Potter is impossible. Yet essential, according to the book, Wednesday countered. Magic doesn't concern itself with schoolboy rivalries. It's more than that, Draco muttered. Is it? Wednesday asked. Or is it exactly that, magnified by external expectations. Before Draco could respond, the library door opened and Cassius Blackwood entered, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on Wednesday and Draco. With purposeful strides, he approached their table. "Miss Addams, Mr. Malfoy," he greeted them with false cordiality. "Planning your next unauthorized exploration?" "Homework," Draco replied coolly. Blackwood's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Of course." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I want you both to understand something clearly. Today's inspection may have yielded little of immediate value, but the department's interest remains active. We are watching." "Watching is passive," Wednesday observed. "Is the ministry capable of nothing more?" Blackwood's expression hardened. "Don't mistake procedural courtesy for limitation, Miss Addams. The ministry has resources beyond your imagination." "Imagination is precisely what bureaucracies lack," Wednesday replied. "Creative thinking requires freedom from institutional constraints." "Clever wordplay won't protect you when you've overstepped," Blackwood warned. "Whatever you're planning, whatever you think you've discovered, remember that actions have consequences." With that thinly veiled threat, he straightened and departed, his robes sweeping dramatically behind him. "He knows we found something," Draco said once Blackwood was out of earshot. "He suspects," Wednesday corrected. "Suspicion without evidence is merely anxiety given structure." Draco gathered his books. "We should be careful. Meet separately. Avoid drawing attention." "Reasonable precautions," Wednesday agreed. As they left the library, they found the corridors unusually busy for evening hours. Students gathered in small clusters, whispering excitedly. "What's happening?" Draco asked a passing Slytherin. "Haven't you heard?" the boy replied. "Umbridge just posted Educational Decree 28. All student organizations are disbanded unless she personally approves them." "What organizations?" Wednesday asked. "Everything," the boy explained. "Study groups, Quidditch teams, chess club, everything needs her written permission to continue." Draco frowned. "That's excessive even for her." They made their way to the entrance hall, where indeed, Umbridge was overseeing the installation of yet another proclamation. Her face bore the satisfied expression of someone wielding power for its own sake. "This timing isn't coincidental," Draco murmured. "The chamber inspection, then immediately this crackdown on student gatherings. Control tightens when authority feels threatened," Wednesday observed. As they watched, Harry Potter and his friends entered from the grounds, stopping abruptly when they saw the new decree. Potter's face darkened as he read the proclamation. "This is about us," Hermione Granger whispered, though her voice carried in the stone hall. "She knows." "Knows what?" Ron Weasley asked nervously. "Hush," Hermione cautioned, noticing Draco and Wednesday nearby. An idea formed in Wednesday's mind. "Potter," she called, approaching the trio. "A word?" The Gryffindors tensed, clearly suspicious of a Slytherin initiative, particularly with Draco hovering nearby. "What do you want, Addams?" Potter asked cautiously. "Information," she replied simply. "About resistance." Potter's eyes widened slightly. Hermione glanced nervously at Umbridge, who was thankfully preoccupied with instructing Filch on the precise hanging angle of her decree. "Not here," Potter said quietly. "Seventh floor corridor," Wednesday suggested. 8 o'clock tomorrow. Bring Longbottom." "Why Neville?" Ron asked suspiciously. "Bloodlines," Wednesday replied cryptically. Before they could question her further, she turned and walked away, leaving 3 confused Gryffindors in her wake. Draco caught up with her at the entrance to the dungeons. "What was that?" he demanded. Approaching Potter directly. "Have you lost your mind?" "Efficiency," Wednesday replied. "Events accelerate. Methodology must adapt." "You can't seriously expect me to work with Potter," Draco protested. Wednesday paused, turning to face him directly. Recent events have altered your perspective on many things. Consider this one more evolution. This is different, Draco insisted. Why? Wednesday challenged. Because it requires acknowledging that your rivalry serves purposes beyond your own. Draco blinked, caught off guard by her directness. What's that supposed to mean? Division benefits those who fear unity, Wednesday said. House rivalries, blood status prejudice, all tools of control. You sound like Dumbledore, Draco muttered. Even broken clocks display correct time occasionally, Wednesday replied. Consider who benefits from your hatred of Potter. Is it you? Or those who would direct your energy toward targets of their choosing? She left him standing in the corridor, visibly unsettled by her words. As she descended the stairs toward the Slytherin common room, she felt the weight of the obsidian disc in her pocket, the first key to unlocking something ancient and powerful. The board was set. Pieces were moving. And somewhere beneath Hogwarts, old magic stirred in anticipation. Chapter 3, Darkness recognizes darkness. The first frost of autumn glazed Hogwarts grounds overnight, transforming the landscape into a glittering wonderland by dawn. Wednesday stood at the window of the Slytherin common room, watching ice crystals form intricate patterns on the glass. The lake beyond had frozen in patches, creating a mosaic of dark water and reflective ice. Footsteps approached behind her. Ready for this disaster? Draco asked, his voice low enough that early rising housemates couldn't overhear. Disaster implies chaos, Wednesday replied without turning. I expect resistance, not chaos. Potter hates me. Longbottom fears me. We're asking them to join some ancient magical council based on bloodlines they've never heard of. Draco ran his fingers through his hair. Chaos seems optimistic. Wednesday turned from the window. Fear and hatred are surface emotions. Beneath them lies something more primal, survival instinct. We appeal to that. And if they don't listen? Then we adapt. She pulled a small envelope from her pocket. This arrived before dawn. The envelope was black with silver trim, sealed with blood-red wax bearing the Addams family crest. Draco eyed it warily. More family secrets. A warning. Wednesday broke the seal. Instead of a letter, a small cloud of dark smoke emerged, forming into a three-dimensional image of a skull that spoke in Morticia's melodious voice, Wednesday, darling. The family tapestry began bleeding at midnight, always a sign of disturbed ancient magic. Uncle Fester's experiments detected significant magical disruption centered on Britain. Something attempts to force magical imbalance. Cousin What consulted the bone oracles and confirmed our fears, the veil between magical realms thins. The council must convene soon. Your father sends his love and reminds you that in darkness, Adam's children flourish. Stay peculiar, dear one. The skull dissipated into wisps of smoke that smelled faintly of graveyard soil. Draco stared at the dissipating tendrils. Your family's version of a howler is significantly more disturbing. Mother prefers personal touches, Wednesday replied, tucking the empty envelope away. The warning is clear, we're running out of time. For what exactly? What's this magical imbalance they keep mentioning? Magic exists in equilibrium, Wednesday explained. Light and dark, creation and destruction, life and death, balanced forces. When someone attempts to control or favor certain aspects over others, like the ministry restricting dark magic. Draco interrupted. Wednesday nodded. Or Voldemort corrupting natural magical boundaries. Both extremes destabilize the whole. Draco winced at the casual use of the Dark Lord's name but didn't correct her. Progress. The meeting's at 8, he said, checking his watch. We should go separately. Less suspicious. You've learned stealth, Wednesday observed. Another evolution. Draco almost smiled. Survival adaptation. They left the common room at staggered intervals. Wednesday headed directly to breakfast while Draco took a detour to maintain the illusion of separation. The Great Hall hummed with weekend energy, students discussing plans for the first Hogsmeade visit or catching up on homework. Wednesday took her usual seat at the end of the Slytherin table, methodically arranging her black pudding into the shape of a pentagram. She felt eyes on her and looked up to find Harry Potter watching from the Gryffindor table, his expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Beside him sat Hermione Granger, whispering urgently, while Ron Weasley frowned in Wednesday's direction. Further down their table, Neville Longbottom seemed to be trying very hard to be invisible, shoulders hunched as he picked at his breakfast. Interesting that Potter had already informed him of the meeting. Wednesday returned to her breakfast, aware that across the hall, plans and counterplans were forming. Trust was in short supply at Hogwarts these days. The day crawled by with excruciating slowness. Wednesday spent the morning in the library, researching the remaining bloodlines from the Chambers book. Several seemed to have multiple potential heirs at Hogwarts, complicating identification. Others were clear, the Lovegood line had only one current representative at school, as did the Bones family. Around noon, she felt someone watching her and looked up to find Luna Lovegood standing nearby, her protuberant eyes fixed on Wednesday with unnerving intensity. "You're surrounded by Raxperts," Luna announced dreamily. "Though yours seem different. More purposeful." Wednesday set down her quill. "Raxperts? Invisible creatures that make your brain go fuzzy," Luna explained, sitting uninvited across from Wednesday. "Most people's Raxperts are chaotic, but yours form patterns. Like they're working together." "Fascinating," Wednesday replied, genuinely intrigued by Luna's perception. "Do you see patterns often where others don't?" Luna beamed. "All the time. Daddy says I inherited my mother's sight." She could see connections between things nobody else noticed. "The Lovegood line has always possessed unique perception," Wednesday said carefully, watching Luna's reaction. Luna's eyes widened slightly. "You know about my family? Most people just think we're strange." "Strange is subjective," Wednesday replied. "My family considers normalcy the true aberration." Luna laughed, a surprisingly musical sound. "I like that. Is that why you're researching old magical bloodlines?" She gestured to the genealogy books spread across the table. Wednesday considered her options. Luna Lovegood would be necessary for their plans, and she seemed naturally inclined toward unconventional thinking. Perhaps a direct approach would work best. "Have you ever heard of the Council of 13? Wednesday asked. Luna's expression turned thoughtful. Daddy mentioned it once. Ancient magical families who guarded magical balance before the ministry existed. He said they were mostly forgotten now. Not forgotten, Wednesday corrected. Deliberately obscured. By the ministry? Luna asked, leaning forward eagerly. By many who prefer certain types of magic remain controlled. Luna nodded as if this confirmed something she'd long suspected. That's why the Rotfong conspiracy works so effectively. They start by limiting magical knowledge, then gradually replace it with their approved alternatives. Wednesday wasn't entirely sure what the Rotfong conspiracy entailed, but Luna's intuitive leap to systemic control suggested she'd be receptive to their cause. I'm meeting with others tonight, Wednesday said. 7th floor corridor at 8. Your perspective would be valuable. Luna's face lit up with genuine pleasure. No one's ever invited me to a secret meeting before. Well, except for Harry's defense group, but that's different. Wednesday filed that information away for later. This meeting concerns ancestral magic. Bloodlines. Including yours. I'll be there, Luna promised, standing up. Should I bring anything? Daddy says meetings about ancient magic usually require symbolic offerings. Just yourself, Wednesday replied. And perhaps an open mind. Oh, I always keep my mind open, Luna said seriously. Closed minds attract nargles. As she drifted away, Wednesday reflected that recruiting Luna Lovegood might be easier than anticipated. The others would prove more challenging. At 7:30, Wednesday made her way toward the 7th floor, deliberately taking a circuitous route to avoid patrolling prefects. Umbridge's newest educational decree had effectively criminalized student gatherings, making their meeting technically illegal. She arrived at the designated corridor to find it apparently empty, though a prickling sensation at the back of her neck suggested otherwise. Wednesday stood perfectly still, extending her senses outward as her family had taught her. "I know you're here, Potter," she said to the seemingly empty corridor. "Concealment doesn't equal absence." A moment of silence, then air shimmered as Harry Potter pulled off an invisibility cloak, revealing himself, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. "How did you know?" Harry demanded, looking impressed despite himself. "Magic leaves traces," Wednesday replied. "Especially old magic, like that cloak." Hermione's eyes widened. "You can sense magical signatures?" "Among other things." Wednesday surveyed them calmly. "Where's Longbottom?" "Why do you want Neville?" Ron asked suspiciously. "For the same reason I want all of you," Wednesday replied. "Bloodlines. Heritage. Ancient responsibility." "That sounds distinctly pure-blood supremacist," Hermione said, crossing her arms. "If it were about blood purity, you wouldn't be here," Wednesday pointed out. "This concerns magical lineage, not blood status propaganda." Before Hermione could respond, footsteps approached from around the corner. Neville appeared, looking nervous but determined. He stopped short when he saw the group. "Am I late?" he asked anxiously. "You're exactly on time," Wednesday assured him. "We're just missing me." Luna's voice came from behind them, making everyone jump. She smiled serenely, seemingly unaware of the tension. "And I suspect we're waiting for Draco Malfoy too, aren't we?" Ron's head snapped toward Wednesday. "Malfoy? You invited that ferret?" "His bloodline is essential," Wednesday replied calmly. "As is yours, Weasley, though you represent a branch rather than the main line." "This is ridiculous," Ron sputtered. "I'm not joining any group with Malfoy." "Then the magical imbalance continues," Wednesday said with a shrug. "And eventually, it collapses entirely." "What magical imbalance?" Hermione asked, curiosity overcoming her suspicion. Before Wednesday could answer, more footsteps approached, multiple sets this time. Draco rounded the corner, and surprisingly, he wasn't alone. Susan Bones walked beside him, looking uncomfortable but resolute. Behind them came Blaise Zabini, maintaining a careful distance to suggest he wasn't actually with them. "You brought reinforcements?" Harry asked Wednesday accusingly. "I invited Bones," Draco clarified, stopping several feet from the Gryffindors. "She's on the list." "Zabini followed us." "List? What list?" Blaise demanded. "You've been acting strange for days, Malfoy, sneaking around with Addams. Some of us are concerned." "Concern or curiosity?" Wednesday asked him. Blaise had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. "Both, maybe." Wednesday surveyed the gathered students, 8 of them now, representing various houses and backgrounds. Not the full 13 they needed, but a start. "This corridor is too exposed," she said. "We need somewhere private." "I know a place," Harry said after a moment's hesitation. He walked past them, approaching a blank wall opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. To everyone's surprise, except Luna, who smiled knowingly, he paced back and forth 3 times, concentrating hard. A door materialized in the previously blank wall. "The room of requirement," Hermione explained, seeing Wednesday's interest. "It becomes whatever you need it to be." "Fascinating," Wednesday murmured. "Hogwarts contains more secrets than even my family suspected." They entered a spacious room with a circular table surrounded by 13 chairs, an echo of the council chamber they discovered beneath the dungeons. Comfortable lighting came from floating candles, and bookshelves lined the walls. A fireplace crackled cheerfully in one corner. "Did you specifically ask for this setup?" Blaze asked Harry, eyeing the 13 chairs with suspicion. "I just asked for a safe place to meet," Harry replied, looking equally confused. "The room must have known what we needed." "Magic recognizes intention," Wednesday observed, taking a seat. "The castle remembers the council." The others gradually sat down, though with clear divisions. Gryffindors clustered together, Draco sat near Wednesday, and the others distributed themselves according to their comfort levels. Luna chose a seat between the groups, apparently comfortable in her role as bridge. "All right, Addams," Harry said once everyone was settled. "You called this meeting. What's this about bloodlines and magical imbalance?" Wednesday placed the small velvet pouch containing the Addams key on the table before her. "Beneath Hogwarts lies a chamber created by 13 ancient magical families," she began. "The Council of 13, formed before the Ministry existed, before magical education was institutionalized, before the artificial separation of magic into light and dark. We found it," Draco added. "The chamber. It's sealed by blood magic, accessible only to descendants of the original families." "Which families?" Susan Bones asked, speaking for the first time. "Addams. Malfoy. Potter. Longbottom. Lovegood. Bones. Weasley," Wednesday listed. "Among others." "That's ridiculous," Ron scoffed. "My family would have mentioned being part of some ancient council." "Would they know?" Luna asked thoughtfully. "Daddy says the ministry systematically removed references to the council from historical records. Family knowledge might have been similarly obscured." "Exactly," Draco confirmed, surprising everyone by agreeing with Luna. "My father had no knowledge of it. The chamber showed us records that had been deliberately erased from family histories." "Why?" Hermione asked, her academic curiosity clearly piqued. What was so important about this council that it needed to be erased? Wednesday opened the velvet pouch and placed the obsidian disc on the table. "They created something called the resonator, a device designed to maintain magical balance. When institutions begin restricting certain types of magic, when dark forces corrupt natural boundaries, the resonator restores equilibrium." "And let me guess," Harry said skeptically. "You think we need this resonator now?" "We know we do," Draco replied. "Something's happening. The Ministry's increasing control over magical education, the Dark Lord's return, they're symptoms of growing imbalance." A tense silence fell at the casual reference to Voldemort's return, particularly coming from Draco Malfoy, whose father was widely suspected to be a Death Eater. "Why should we trust you?" Harry finally asked, looking directly at Draco. "Your father works for Voldemort." Draco flinched at the name but didn't deny the accusation. "This goes beyond normal politics, Potter. Beyond the Dark Lord, beyond the Ministry. This is about magic itself." Wednesday's family sent a warning, he continued, gesturing for her to explain. Wednesday described the message from her mother, the bleeding family tapestry, the thinning veil between magical realms. "My family has monitored magical balance for generations," she concluded. "The signs haven't been this severe since the 1940s. Grindelwald's rise," Hermione realized. Wednesday nodded. "Extreme ideologies, whether Grindelwald's, Voldemort's, or even the Ministry's educational decrees, disrupt natural magical equilibrium. And this resonator can fix that?" Neville asked, speaking up for the first time. His voice was quiet but steady. "It can restore balance," Wednesday confirmed. "But it requires all 13 bloodline representatives to activate it. Each family contributed a key." She gestured to the obsidian disc. "This is the Addams key. How do we find the others?" Susan asked practically. "Some may be family heirlooms," Draco explained. "Others might be hidden, forgotten, or disguised as ordinary objects. The chamber's records indicated they would reveal themselves to worthy descendants when needed. Convenient, Ron muttered. Magic often is, Luna replied cheerfully. When it wants to be. Blaze, who had been silent throughout the explanation, finally spoke. So you need 13 special magical objects and 13 students from specific families to activate some ancient device that may or may not exist, all based on a hidden chamber only you two have seen. Essentially, Wednesday confirmed without defensiveness. And what about Blackwood? Harry asked suddenly. The ministry official who's been following you around. Where does he fit in? Wednesday and Draco exchanged glances. How do you know about Blackwood? Draco demanded. Harry shrugged. I notice things. He watches you both during meals, takes notes, has private meetings with Umbridge. He's searching for the resonator, Wednesday explained. But not to restore balance. The Department of Mysteries wants to study it, Draco added. Maybe weaponize it. Definitely control it. So now we're supposed to work against the Ministry too? Ron asked incredulously. This gets better by the minute. The Ministry isn't always right, Ron, Hermione said quietly. We've seen that this year with Umbridge. There's something else, Draco said reluctantly. Something we discovered yesterday. He pulled a folded parchment from his pocket and placed it on the table. I found this in my father's most recent letter. It fell out when I opened it, I don't think he knew it was there. Wednesday recognized it immediately, Ministry letterhead, marked with the Department of Mysteries seal. Harry picked it up and read aloud, Project alignment proceeds as scheduled. The resonator's theoretical capabilities align with our objectives. Once located, we can harness its amplification properties for the greater purpose. Our mutual associate expresses satisfaction with progress. CB, Hermione realized. Cassius Blackwood. And, mutual associate? Harry looked up sharply. That sounds like, Voldemort, Draco finished, his voice barely above a whisper. Blackwood is working both sides. The department wants the resonator for control, Wednesday explained. Voldemort wants it to amplify dark magic. Both would disrupt magical balance, not restore it. That's why we need the council, Draco added. All 13 bloodlines, working together as they were meant to. Not for power, but for balance. A heavy silence fell over the room as the implication sank in. The floating candles seemed to dim slightly, as if responding to the gravity of the moment. So what happens now? Neville finally asked. We find the remaining keys, Wednesday replied. And we identify the other bloodline descendants. How? Susan asked. The room can help us, Luna suggested, looking around thoughtfully. If it truly responds to need, perhaps it can show us what we're looking for. All eyes turned to Harry, who seemed uncomfortable with his apparent expertise on the room of requirement. It's worth trying, he admitted. What exactly do we need to see? The bloodlines, Wednesday said. Complete identification of the 13 families and their current representatives at Hogwarts. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the wall behind him shimmered, and a large tapestry appeared, reminiscent of the black family tree Draco had described seeing at his cousin's ancestral home, but far larger and more complex. 13 main branches spread across the tapestry, each labeled with a family name, Addams, Malfoy, Potter, Longbottom, Bones, Lovegood, Weasley, Zabini, causing Blaze to inhale sharply, Greengrass, Macmillan, Shacklebolt, Abbott, and Patil. Patil? Ron exclaimed. As in Padma and Parvati? The Indian magical lineage dates back thousands of years, Wednesday observed, studying the tapestry. Their branch established in Britain during the 1600s. And Zabini, Draco turned to Blaze with newfound respect. Your mother never mentioned this. Blaze looked stunned. She doesn't talk about our family history much. Just that we come from an ancient and distinguished line. I thought it was typical pureblood posturing. We need to contact all these people, Hermione said practically, already taking notes. Hannah Abbott should be easy, she's in Hufflepuff with Susan. Ernie Macmillan too. I can speak to Padma and Parvati, Luna offered. Daphne Greengrass is in Slytherin, Draco added. She'll listen to me. That leaves Shacklebolt, Harry noted. Any Shacklebolts at Hogwarts? Everyone looked blank until Neville hesitantly raised his hand. There's a third-year Ravenclaw, I think. Kingsley Shacklebolt's niece, maybe. I've seen her in Herbology Club. So that's all 13, Hermione summarized. Now we just need the keys. Which could be literally anything, anywhere, Ron pointed out. Brilliant. The tapestry shimmered again, and beneath each family name appeared a small symbol, unique emblems representing each bloodline. Under Addams was the now familiar raven perched on a cauldron. Under Malfoy was a serpent coiled around a wand. Family crests, Draco realized. The keys will bear these symbols. That helps, Susan said. I can check my aunt's letters and packages for anything with our family crest. As they discussed strategy, Wednesday noticed Harry staring intently at the Potter symbol, a stag standing beside a lily. Your parents, she observed quietly. Harry nodded, swallowing hard. I don't have any family heirlooms. Nothing that could be a key. The keys find their descendants when needed, Wednesday reminded him. Yours will reveal itself. We should meet again tomorrow, Hermione suggested. After everyone has had a chance to search or contact the others. Same time. Draco asked, then seemed surprised at his own businesslike tone when addressing Gryffindors. Harry hesitated, then nodded. Same time. And we should all keep an eye on Blackwood. If he's working with Voldemort, we need to know what he's planning. As they prepared to leave, exiting in small groups to avoid detection, Wednesday felt something shift in the room's atmosphere, not just among the students with their tentative truce, but in the very magic surrounding them. The room itself seemed to approve of their alliance, the floating candles brightening as if in encouragement. Draco lingered until only he and Wednesday remained. This might actually work, he said, sounding genuinely surprised. Magic finds a way, Wednesday replied. When intention aligns with necessity. Poetry, Addams. He raised an eyebrow, a ghost of his old smirk appearing. Observation, she corrected, though the faintest trace of amusement touched her eyes. We should go. Separately. Draco nodded, but at the door, he paused. This changes everything, doesn't it? If we succeed. Change is inevitable, Wednesday replied. Direction is a choice. He considered this, then left without another word, leaving Wednesday alone in the room of requirement. As she prepared to follow, the tapestry caught her attention once more, specifically, the intricate connections between bloodlines that had formed over centuries. Lines linking families through marriage, alliance, even rivalry. Magic understood something humans often forgot: opposition and alliance were merely different forms of connection. Perhaps that was the real purpose of the council, not just to maintain magical balance, but to remind 13 diverse traditions that their strength lay in their differences as much as their common purpose. Back in the Slytherin common room, Wednesday found Daphne Greengrass waiting for her, sitting alone by the fire. Blaise told me, Daphne said without preamble. About the council. About my family's connection. Wednesday sat opposite her. And my grandmother gave me this when I started Hogwarts. Daphne opened her hand, revealing a small emerald brooch. Said it was a family tradition, dating back generations. It has our crest on the back. She turned the brooch over, revealing an intricate engraving of a tree entwined with a serpent, the Greengrass family emblem they'd seen on the tapestry. It's always felt significant somehow, Daphne continued. Warmer than it should be. Sometimes it seems to vibrate when I enter certain parts of the castle. Because it's responding to ancient magic, Wednesday explained. It's your family's key. Daphne studied the brooch with new appreciation. So it's real then? All of it? This council, the magical balance, everything Blaze mentioned. Real and increasingly urgent, Wednesday confirmed. And you need my help. It wasn't a question. Your participation, Wednesday corrected. Not as a follower, but as an equal. The council functions through balance, 13 perspectives, 13 approaches to magic, 13 equal voices. Daphne seemed to appreciate this distinction. You've certainly changed things around here, she observed, glancing around the common room where younger students now studied openly, free from the intimidation that had once been standard. Malfoy too. He's different since, whatever you did to him. I showed him an alternative, Wednesday replied. He chose to explore it. Well, Daphne said, closing her fingers around the brooch, consider me intrigued. Count me in for tomorrow's meeting. The next morning brought unexpected developments. At breakfast, owls flooded the great hall with the Sunday edition of the Daily Prophet. The headline made Wednesday pause mid-bite. Ministry announces Magical Heritage Initiative ancient artifacts to be reclaimed for historical preservation. The article detailed a new ministry program authorizing the temporary acquisition of historically significant magical items from private collections. Cassius Blackwood was quoted extensively, describing the initiative as essential for proper study and preservation of Britain's magical heritage. The timing couldn't be coincidental. Across the hall, Wednesday caught Harry Potter's eye. He held up his copy of the Prophet with a significant look. Around them, other members of their nascent alliance exchanged glances, Susan Bones looking particularly troubled as she read the article. They're going after the keys, Draco whispered, sliding into the seat beside Wednesday despite the raised eyebrows this public association caused. Giving themselves legal authority to confiscate them. A predictable approach, Wednesday replied. Bureaucracy weaponized. We need to accelerate our timeline, Draco said urgently. Before Blackwood can implement this initiative. Wednesday nodded. Pass word to the others. Meeting moved to noon. The room of requirement looked different when they gathered at midday, larger, with the circular table now dominating the center. The tapestry remained on the wall, but additional features had appeared, a bookshelf containing texts on ancient magical councils, a cabinet displaying replicas of what appeared to be the 13 keys, and most significantly, a large map of Hogwarts etched into the floor. The room's helping us, Hermione observed with excitement. Their numbers had grown since the previous night. Hannah Abbott arrived with Susan, looking nervous but determined. Ernie Macmillan followed shortly after, his usual pomposity subdued by the gravity of the situation. The Patil twins entered together, with Padma carrying a small wooden box that drew everyone's attention. Our grandmother sent this when we started Hogwarts, she explained, placing it on the table. Said it was a family treasure, but we never understood its significance. The box was intricately carved with the same symbol they'd seen on the tapestry under, Patil, a lotus flower encircled by flames. When opened, it revealed a small golden disc similar to the Addams key, but with the Patil emblem engraved on its surface. We've found another key, Harry said with growing excitement. That's 3 now. 4, Daphne corrected, showing her emerald brooch. The Greengrass key. And 5, added a small Ravenclaw girl who had arrived with Luna. I'm Amara Shacklebolt. My uncle Kingsley gave me this when I got my Hogwarts letter. She held up what appeared to be an ordinary silver bookmark, but closer inspection revealed the Shacklebolt emblem engraved along its length. That's nearly half, Hermione calculated. We're making progress. I've written to my aunt, Susan added. She's sending a package immediately, says there's a family locket that might be what we're looking for. Ernie nodded eagerly. My father's bringing something to Hogsmeade next weekend. Said it's been in the Macmillan vault for centuries but should be in my possession now. The Weasley key might be tricky, Ron admitted. Our family doesn't exactly have loads of heirlooms laying about. Actually, Luna interjected dreamily, I think your brother might have it. Which brother? I've got 5. The one who works with dragons, Luna replied. The Weasley symbol is a flame encircled by wings, isn't it? Very appropriate for a dragon handler. Ron looked stunned. Charlie. But how would the keys find their way to the most receptive family member, Wednesday explained. Not necessarily the eldest or heir apparent. I'll write to him immediately, Ron promised. That leaves Potter, Longbottom, Lovegood, Abbott, and Zabini still without confirmed keys, Hermione summarized, ever organized. I might have mine, Hannah said hesitantly. She removed a charm bracelet from her wrist. My mother said it's been passed down through Abbott women for generations. One of the charms has our family crest. Sure enough, a small silver badger charm matched the Abbott emblem on the tapestry. That's 7, Harry counted. More than half. I've asked my father to search our printing press, Luna added. He believes the Lovegood key might be embedded in one of the original type blocks from when our family first started publishing. Neville looked downcast. My grandmother never mentioned anything like a family key. And I've lost so many things over the years. The Longbottom key will find you when needed, Wednesday assured him. The magic responds to necessity. What about you, Potter? Draco asked, his tone lacking its usual antagonism. Any ideas about the Potter key? Harry shook his head. Everything my parents owned was destroyed when Voldemort killed them. Hagrid made me a photo album, and I have my father's invisibility cloak, but nothing with a family crest. The cloak, Wednesday said suddenly. May I see it? Hesitantly, Harry retrieved the silvery cloak from his bag and handed it to her. Wednesday examined it carefully, paying special attention to the hem and clasp. There, she said, pointing to what appeared to be a small imperfection in the clasp. Almost invisible unless you know to look for it. Everyone crowded around to see. Sure enough, when tilted at precisely the right angle, the clasp revealed a miniature engraving of the Potter emblem, the stag and lily. It's been right there all along, Harry whispered, looking stunned. The Potters were known for protective magic, Wednesday observed, returning the cloak. An invisibility cloak passed down for generations is the perfect vessel for your family's key. That's 8, Hermione updated her count. We're making remarkable progress. Blaise, who had remained quiet throughout these revelations, finally spoke. My mother wears a ring she never removes. Family heirloom with our crest. I've written asking her to send it, but... He shrugged. She's not exactly the sentimental type. And I still need to contact Charlie, Ron added. We're still missing Longbottom, Draco noted. No pressure, Longbottom, but we need all 13. Neville looked miserable. I'll write to Gran. Maybe she knows something. As they continued discussing strategy, the door to the room burst open. Malcolm Ellis, the first-year Slytherin, stood there panting. Wednesday, he gasped. Blackwood, searching. Slytherin dormitories, confiscating items with family crests. Draco jumped to his feet. He started already. The Heritage Initiative. He can't do that without permission. Hermione protested. Umbridge gave it, Malcolm explained. Educational Decree 29, just posted. Ministry officials can search for items of historical significance for temporary study. He'll find the keys, Susan realized with horror. We need to hide them. Not hide, Wednesday corrected. Protect. She turned to Harry. The map on the floor. It's trying to show us something. Everyone's attention turned to the intricate map etched into the floor. As they watched, a section began to glow, an area deep beneath the castle, beyond even the Chamber of Secrets. The true council chamber, Wednesday realized. Not the anteroom we found before. Can we reach it? Harry asked. With the keys we have, Wednesday replied. The magic responds to the combined bloodlines. 8 should be enough to reveal the entrance, though we'll need all 13 to access the resonator itself. Then let's go, Draco said urgently. Before Blackwood confiscates the keys we've identified. We need to split up, Harry decided, taking charge naturally. Some of us take the keys we have to this chamber, the others warn those whose keys are still unsecured. Quick organization followed. Wednesday, Draco, Harry, the Patil twins, Daphne, Hannah, and Amara would take their keys to locate the chamber entrance. Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, Susan, Ernie, and Blaise would warn the others and attempt to secure the remaining keys. Meet us when you can, Harry told Hermione. We'll send word somehow once we've found the entrance. As the groups separated, Wednesday felt the obsidian disc in her pocket grow warmer, responding to proximity with the other keys. Magic recognizing magic, bloodlines reconnecting after centuries of deliberate separation. Their group moved through the castle with caution, using Harry's invisibility cloak to scout ahead at tricky junctions. The map had shown the chamber entrance was accessible through a passage behind the kitchens, leading deep beneath the castle foundations. Why are you doing this, Potter? Draco asked quietly as they navigated an empty corridor. Working with Slytherins, opposing the Ministry. Because it's the right thing to do, Harry replied simply. And because I'm tired of adults lying to protect their power. Even if it means working with me. Draco pressed. Harry studied him for a moment. You've changed since Wednesday hexed you. Whatever she showed you, it affected you. She showed me emptiness, Draco admitted, his voice barely audible. A future where nothing I did mattered. Where I was forgotten. Harry nodded slowly. Sounds a bit like what Dementors show me. My worst fear. Maybe we're not so different after all, Draco said with a hollow laugh. Both terrified of insignificance. Except you hid it behind cruelty, Harry pointed out. I didn't. Fair point. This fragile moment of understanding was interrupted as they reached the kitchen corridor. The entrance to the kitchens, a painting of fruit, was visible ahead, but so was something more concerning, Cassius Blackwood and Dolores Umbridge, deep in conversation outside the kitchen door. Everyone froze, pressing against the wall. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak over himself, Padma, and Parvati, who were closest to him. The others had no choice but to remain exposed if spotted. Should be sufficient, Blackwood was saying. The alignment of magical ley lines beneath the castle creates the perfect amplification point. And you're certain the artifact will respond as theorized? Umbridge asked, her girlish voice unable to hide her greedy excitement. The resonator was designed to magnify magical intention, Blackwood replied. The original council used it for balance, but with proper application, it can enhance specific magical frequencies instead. Imagine educational decrees that don't just prohibit behavior but magically prevent it. Imagine ministry-approved spells with twice their normal power while unauthorized magic simply fails. The minister will be pleased, Umbridge simpered. When can you proceed? Tonight, Blackwood said confidently. The equinox provides optimal conditions. Once I've collected the remaining keys. You have some already. Umbridge sounded impressed. Blackwood patted his pocket. 3 confiscated this morning. Students are so careless with family heirlooms, leaving them in plain sight. Wednesday and the others exchanged alarmed glances. 3 keys already taken. We should continue this discussion in my office, Umbridge suggested. These corridors have a tendency to grow ears. They moved away, turning toward the grand staircase. Once they were out of sight, Harry removed the cloak. Tonight, he said urgently. They're planning something for tonight. The equinox, Wednesday realized. Perfect magical balance point, ideal for manipulating the resonator's power. But they don't have all the keys, Hannah pointed out. They have 3, we have 8. They don't need all 13 to find the chamber, Draco explained. Just enough to reveal the entrance, like we're trying to do. Then we need to hurry, Harry decided. Before they realize we're onto them. They approached the kitchen entrance. Instead of tickling the pair as was customary to enter the kitchens, Wednesday examined the painting more closely, focusing on the frame. Here, she said, pointing to tiny symbols carved into the wooden frame. Family crests, hidden in plain sight. Sure enough, miniature versions of the 13 emblems were carved at regular intervals around the frame, barely visible unless specifically sought. Everyone with a key, place it against your family's emblem, Wednesday instructed, demonstrating by pressing her obsidian disc to the tiny Addams raven. The others followed suit. As each key touched its corresponding symbol, a soft glow emanated from the connection. When all 8 were in place, the entire painting shimmered and then, astonishingly, dissolved completely, revealing a narrow stone passageway descending into darkness. The true council path, Wednesday said with satisfaction. Hidden from those without proper bloodline authorization. What about the keys? Parvati asked. Do we leave them here? As if in answer, each key detached from the frame and returned to its owner's hand, now glowing faintly with inner light. The magic recognizes us now, Wednesday explained. The keys serve as both access and identification. They lit their wands and entered the passage, which spiraled downward in a tight circle. The air grew cooler as they descended, but strangely, not damp as one would expect so far beneath the castle. Instead, it held a crisp, clean quality, as if purified by the ancient magic surrounding them. After what seemed like hundreds of steps, the passage leveled out, opening into a massive cavern that took their breath away. Unlike the anteroom Wednesday and Draco had discovered earlier, this chamber was enormous, a perfectly circular space at least 50 meters in diameter, with a domed ceiling that somehow reflected the night sky despite being deep underground. 13 massive stone pillars, each carved with the emblem of one of the founding families, supported the dome. In the center stood a raised dais containing a circular table of polished obsidian. The table's surface featured an intricate inlay of silver, gold, and crystal, forming a complex magical diagram. 13 equidistant indentations around the table's edge clearly indicated where the keys belonged. "It's beautiful," Padma whispered, her voice echoing slightly in the vast space. "And powerful," Wednesday added, feeling the magic pulsing through the chamber. The combined work of 13 magical traditions, each contributing its unique approach. They approached the central table cautiously. As they drew near, the keys in their possession began to vibrate and grow warmer. "The resonator must be here somewhere," Harry said, looking around. "But where?" "Beneath," Wednesday realized, examining the table more carefully. "The table itself is merely the control mechanism. The actual device lies beneath, connected to Hogwarts' foundational magic." "So what do we do now?" Hannah asked. "We only have 8 keys. We can't activate it yet. But we can prepare," Draco suggested. "And maybe send word to the others." As if responding to his words, a soft chime echoed through the chamber. The entrance they'd used suddenly glowed, and moments later, Luna Lovegood stepped through, followed by Neville, Susan, and Ernie. "We found you!" Luna exclaimed delightedly. The Nargles were very helpful in pointing the way. "Did you secure more keys?" Wednesday asked. Susan held up an ornate silver locket. "My aunt sent this by emergency port key. The Bones family key. And my father sent this by special owl," Luna added, displaying what appeared to be an ordinary printing block until she turned it over, revealing the Lovegood emblem. "That's 10, Harry counted." 11, Ernie corrected, proudly showing a golden signet ring bearing the Macmillan crest. "My father fled directly to Hogsmeade. We're only missing Weasley and Zabini," Draco realized. "Where are they?" "Still trying to contact their families," Neville explained. "Hermione stayed to help them. And Blackwood already has 3 keys," Harry reminded them grimly. "We don't know which ones." Wednesday examined the table carefully. "We should place our keys in position. Even without all 13, we can establish a connection that will reveal more about the resonator's purpose. One by one, they positioned their keys in the appropriate indentations around the table. As each key found its place, it sank slightly into the surface, and lines of silver light spread from it along the inlaid pattern, connecting to the other placed keys. With 11 keys positioned, the table hummed with energy, the pattern now mostly illuminated. In the center of the table, a holographic image began to form, a three-dimensional model of what appeared to be a crystal sphere containing swirling energy, suspended within an intricate mechanical framework. The resonator, Wednesday identified. As the ancient texts described it. What does it do, exactly? Harry asked, studying the rotating image with fascination. It amplifies and balances magical energy, Wednesday explained. In its intended use, it maintains equilibrium between different magical traditions and approaches. But as Blackwood revealed, it could be modified to amplify specific types of magic while suppressing others. Ministry-approved spells at full power, everything else weakened, Draco translated. Complete magical control. We can't let that happen, Harry said firmly. How do we stop it? Before anyone could answer, a Patronus in the form of an otter swam through the air into the chamber. Hermione's voice, urgent and frightened, emanated from it. Blackwood's taken Ron and Blaise. He knows about the chamber. He's coming with Ministry forces. Charlie sent Ron's key by owl, it's with McGonagall. Hurry. The Patronus dissolved, leaving stunned silence in its wake. He's captured 2 of the bloodline descendants, Wednesday realized. He doesn't need the actual Weasley and Zabini keys if he can force Ron and Blaise to access the chamber. And with the 3 keys he already confiscated, he'll have enough magical signature to locate the entrance, just as we did, Draco added. We need to complete the circle before he gets here, Harry decided. Someone needs to get to McGonagall and retrieve Ron's key. I'm fastest, Padma volunteered. And I know a shortcut back to the entrance. Be careful, Harry warned. If Blackwood catches you. Padma nodded grimly and sprinted back toward the passage they'd used. What about the Zabini key? Susan asked. We'll have to manage without it, Draco replied. Unless Blaise's mother suddenly develops maternal instinct in the next hour. The bigger problem is Blackwood, Harry pointed out. Even if we activate the resonator first, he has Ministry backing. They'll just take it by force. Not if we use it first, Wednesday said quietly. Once activated properly, the resonator will respond only to the combined will of all 13 bloodlines. But we don't have all 13, Neville reminded her. We have 11 keys and 11 descendants present, Wednesday clarified. Ron and Blaise make 13 descendants, even if Blackwood is holding them captive. If we begin the activation, their bloodlines will respond regardless of their physical location. Is that enough? Harry asked. It has to be, Wednesday replied. They positioned themselves around the table, each standing before their placed key. The silver lines connecting the keys pulsed with increasing energy, the holographic resonator spinning faster at the table's center. What do we do now? Hannah asked nervously. Focus your intention, Wednesday instructed. The resonator amplifies magical will. Concentrate on balance, not control, not power, but equilibrium. They all closed their eyes, concentrating as directed. The chamber hummed with increasing magical energy, the lines of silver light glowing brighter. Minutes passed in tense silence, broken only by the soft hum of magical energy and the distant sound of water flowing somewhere far beneath them. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the entrance passage. Padma burst back into the chamber, clutching a small wooden box. Got it, she gasped, racing to the table. Charlie sent the Weasley key, a dragon scale pendant. She placed it in the appropriate indentation. Immediately, the connection lines flared brighter, the pattern now nearly complete except for the single dark spot where the Zabini key should be. 12, Harry counted. Will it be enough? Before Wednesday could answer, more footsteps sounded from the passage, many sets this time, moving with deliberate purpose. Cassius Blackwood entered the chamber first, his expression shifting from triumphant to surprised when he saw the gathered students. Behind him came Umbridge, followed by two Aurors escorting Ron and Blaise, who looked disheveled but defiant. Well, Blackwood recovered quickly. It seems we have a gathering of the full council. How convenient. Let them go, Harry demanded, pointing to Ron and Blaise. I'm afraid I can't do that, Blackwood replied smoothly. They're essential to our work here. As are all of you. He surveyed the table with obvious excitement. 12 keys already in place. You've saved us considerable effort. This isn't for the Ministry to control, Wednesday stated calmly. The resonator exists to maintain balance, not impose it. A childish understanding, Blackwood dismissed. The resonator is the most powerful magical amplifier ever created. Its potential applications extend far beyond your limited concept of the balance. Applications like helping Voldemort? Harry challenged. We know you're working both sides, Blackwood. Umbridge gasped in outrage, but Blackwood merely smiled. Politics requires flexibility, Mr. Potter. The Ministry has its agenda, the Dark Lord has his. Both recognize the resonator's value. And both would disrupt magical equilibrium, Wednesday countered. Creating instability that would eventually collapse entirely. Theoretical catastrophizing, Blackwood scoffed. Now, I believe we're missing just one key. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small velvet bag. From it, he removed an ornate silver ring set with a black stone, clearly bearing the Zabini family crest. Blaise jerked forward involuntarily. My mother's ring. How did you get that? Your mother was quite cooperative when I explained the historical significance, Blackwood replied. Some people understand the importance of collaboration with Ministry initiatives. He approached the table, holding the ring poised above the final indentation. Don't, several voices cried at once. Blackwood paused. You can't stop this. With all 13 keys in place, the resonator will emerge. The only question is who controls it. Nobody controls it, Wednesday stated firmly. That's the point. It maintains balance independently. A naive design flaw we intend to correct, Blackwood replied. He turned to the Aurors. Bring those two forward. All 13 bloodlines must be present for the final activation. Ron and Blaise were forced to the table, positioned before their respective keys. Blackwood placed the Zabini ring in the final indentation. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The entire pattern blazed with blinding silver light. The floor beneath the table split open along previously invisible seams, and from below, a mechanical column rose slowly into view. Atop the column sat the resonator itself, exactly as the holographic image had depicted it. A crystal sphere approximately the size of a quaffle, containing swirling, multicolored energy, suspended within an intricate framework of gold, silver, and bronze. Magnificent, Blackwood breathed, his eyes reflecting the resonator's glow. Centuries of magical innovation, finally within reach. You don't understand what you're interfering with, Wednesday warned. The resonator responds to collective intention. If corrupted by imbalanced purpose, the consequences could be catastrophic. Save your superstitions, Blackwood dismissed. We have teams of unspeakables who have studied the theoretical foundations extensively. The resonator will be properly managed under Ministry control. As he spoke, the swirling energy within the crystal sphere began to pulse erratically, colors separating rather than blending harmoniously. It's already responding to your intentions, Wednesday observed. Look at the pattern disruption. A standard calibration process, Blackwood insisted, though uncertainty flickered across his face. He reached toward the resonator, his fingers inches from its surface, when suddenly the chamber trembled. A low rumbling sound emanated from deep beneath them, and the crystal sphere's colors separated further, now swirling in agitated, discordant patterns. What's happening? Umbridge demanded, her voice rising in panic. Magical rejection, Wednesday explained calmly. The resonator senses your intention to control rather than balance. Nonsense, Blackwood snapped, though sweat had appeared on his brow. He turned to the students. All of you, place your hands on your family keys. Now. When no one moved, he nodded to the Aurors, who raised their wands threateningly. Do it, he ordered. Or face charges of obstruction of ministry business. Reluctantly, the students positioned themselves around the table. Wednesday caught Harry's eye, then Draco's, giving them each a nearly imperceptible nod. They understood immediately, synchronized intention was the key. On my mark, Blackwood instructed, placing his own hand near the resonator, touch your keys and focus on amplifying magical energy. 3, 2, 1, now. Harry shouted. In perfect synchronization, all 13 students placed their hands on their family keys, but instead of focusing on amplification as Blackwood had instructed, they concentrated on what Wednesday had earlier explained: balance, harmony, equilibrium. The resonator responded instantly. The discordant colors reunited, swirling together in a brilliant display that illuminated the entire chamber. The mechanical framework began to rotate around the crystal sphere, emitting a harmonious tone that resonated through their bodies. What are you doing? Blackwood cried, lunging for the resonator. As his fingers touched the crystal surface, a blinding flash erupted. Blackwood was thrown backward, landing several meters away with a heavy thud. The resonator now hovered above its pedestal, the mechanical framework spinning rapidly around the crystal core. Waves of multicolored light pulsed outward in concentric circles, washing over everyone in the chamber. Wednesday felt the magic pass through her, not invasive but restorative, as if long-dormant connections were being re-established. Around the table, the others appeared to be experiencing similar sensations, their expressions shifting from concern to wonder. What's happening? Harry asked, his voice oddly distorted by the magical field surrounding them. It's rebalancing, Wednesday explained, feeling the process intuitively. Restoring natural magical equilibrium that's been disrupted by artificial restrictions. The waves continued outward, passing through the chamber walls, extending upward toward the castle above and outward across the grounds. The resonator's light grew brighter, its hum deeper, as its influence expanded. Blackwood struggled to his feet, his face contorted with rage. Stop this immediately, he commanded. Aurors, subdue them. But the Aurors seemed unable to move, caught in the resonator's harmonizing field. Their wands hung limply at their sides as they stared transfixed at the swirling energy. It's too late, Wednesday told Blackwood. The resonator has awakened fully. It will complete its purpose regardless of your interference. And what purpose is that? Umbridge demanded, her voice shrill with fear. Restoration, Wednesday replied simply. Of magical balance across Britain. Perhaps beyond. As if confirming her words, the resonator's light suddenly intensified to blinding brilliance. Everyone shielded their eyes as a final, powerful wave of magic emanated from the device, passing through stone and earth to reach the surface world. Then, gradually, the light dimmed to a sustainable glow. The mechanical framework slowed its rotation to a stately pace. The crystal sphere's swirling colors settled into a harmonious pattern that shifted slowly through the spectrum. It's done, Wednesday announced, somehow certain of this fact. What's done? Blackwood asked, his earlier confidence replaced by wary confusion. The rebalancing, Draco explained, also seeming to understand intuitively. Magical restrictions imposed by the Ministry, dark corruptions created by Voldemort, they've been neutralized. Impossible, Umbridge sputtered. No device could override Ministry regulations. Not override, Wednesday corrected. Restore balance to. Your educational decrees still exist on parchment, but their magical enforcement has been adjusted. As if to demonstrate, Harry drew his wand and cast a perfect Patronus. An educational decree had explicitly forbidden this spell outside approved Ministry contexts. The silver stag erupted from his wand with unprecedented clarity and strength, prancing around the chamber before dissolving into mist. The magic feels clearer somehow, Harry observed, staring at his wand in wonder. More responsive. Others tried their own spells, discovering the same effect. Magic flowed more naturally, more intuitively, as if artificial barriers had been removed. "You can't do this," Blackwood insisted, though his voice lacked conviction. "The Ministry controls magical regulation for a reason." "The Ministry can regulate behavior," Wednesday acknowledged. "But it cannot regulate magic itself. That balance belongs to no single authority." The resonator continued its gentle rotation, now seeming content with its work. The crystal sphere dimmed slightly, settling into a sustainable glow that illuminated the chamber with soft, multicolored light. "What happens now?" Ron asked, having been released by the distracted aurors during the magical event. "The resonator remains active," Wednesday explained. "Maintaining the balance it has restored. Any attempt to reimpose artificial restrictions will be compensated for." "The Ministry won't accept this," Umbridge declared, though she eyed the resonator with obvious trepidation. "The Ministry will adapt," Draco countered, surprising everyone with his confident tone. "As institutions must when fundamental realities change." "And what about him?" Blaise asked quietly, not needing to specify which him he meant. "Voldemort's power relied partly on corruption of natural magical boundaries," Wednesday replied. "Those corruptions have been neutralized. His methods will require reconsideration." Blackwood, recovering some of his composure, attempted a new approach. "This device clearly represents a breakthrough in magical amplification technology. The Department of Mysteries must study it further. In a controlled environment, of course. The resonator stays here," Harry stated firmly. "Where it belongs, under the protection of all 13 families." "This isn't over," Blackwood warned, backing toward the entrance with Umbridge. "The Ministry has resources beyond your imagination." "So does magic," Wednesday replied simply. The aurors, seemingly uncertain of their authority in this unprecedented situation, followed Blackwood and Umbridge back toward the passage, leaving the 13 students alone with the activated resonator. For a moment, no one spoke. The reality of what they had accomplished, 13 students from different houses, different backgrounds, different magical philosophies, seemed almost too extraordinary to process. "So, did we just change the fundamental nature of magic in Britain?" Susan finally asked. "Not changed," Wednesday clarified. "Restored. To its natural state, before institutional control began restricting certain aspects in favor of others." "What does that mean practically?" Hermione wondered. "For Hogwarts? For magical society?" "Balance," Draco answered before Wednesday could. "True magical education based on affinity and ability, not artificial categorization. Spells classified by purpose and effect, not arbitrary dark and light labels." "And for us?" Neville asked quietly. "The 13 bloodlines." "Guardianship," Wednesday replied. "The Council reforms through us. Not as rulers or controllers, but as maintainers of the balance the resonator has restored." "That's a lot of responsibility," Harry observed. "Which is why it's shared among 13 diverse perspectives," Wednesday pointed out. "No single philosophy dominates." They gathered around the resonator, watching its gentle rotation, the harmonious swirl of energies within the crystal sphere. "We should establish a regular meeting schedule," Hermione suggested practically. "To monitor the resonator's effects and address any unexpected consequences." "The room of requirement would be ideal," Luna added. "It clearly supports our purpose." "And we need to document everything," Padma said, already taking notes. "For future generations of the bloodlines." As they discussed logistics, Wednesday noticed Draco standing slightly apart, his expression thoughtful as he studied the resonator. "Second thoughts?" she asked quietly, joining him. "The opposite," he replied. I'm thinking about what this means. For Slytherin. For my family. For me. Transformation rarely follows expected paths, Wednesday observed. My father always talked about power, Draco said softly. But this kind of power, balance rather than control, he never mentioned. I wonder if he knew. Some knowledge is lost deliberately, Wednesday replied. Some must be rediscovered when the time is right. Draco turned to face her directly. That night in the common room, when you hexed me, you knew this was possible, didn't you? Not the details, but, something like this. I sense potential, Wednesday acknowledged. The Addams family has always recognized darkness in its many forms. Including the constructive kind. Constructive darkness, Draco repeated thoughtfully. I like that. From the center of the chamber, Harry called for their attention. We should return to the castle. People will notice we're missing, and we need to prepare for the aftermath of whatever magical event just happened throughout Hogwarts. The keys should stay with the resonator, Wednesday suggested. For safekeeping. One by one, they removed their family keys from the table. To their surprise, each key had transformed slightly, now bearing a subtle luminescence that matched the resonator's glow. The connection remains active, Wednesday explained. The keys now serve as both protectors and conduits. We can access the chamber individually if needed, and sense if the resonator requires attention. Like magical alarm bells, Ron translated. Something like that. As they prepared to leave, Harry approached Draco somewhat awkwardly. We still need to figure out how this changes things. Between houses, I mean. Diplomatic as ever, Potter, Draco replied, though without malice. But you're right. The old rivalries seem obsolete now. Not obsolete, Wednesday corrected them both. Balanced. Opposition within parameters. Challenge without destruction. Is she always this cryptic? Harry asked Draco. You have no idea, Draco replied, the ghost of a smile touching his lips. The journey back through the passage and up to the castle was filled with speculative conversation about what they might find. Had the resonator's balancing effect been noticeable? Would other students and teachers have experienced the waves of harmonizing magic? They emerged behind the kitchens to find Hogwarts in a state of controlled chaos. Students gathered in corridors, excitedly demonstrating spells that suddenly worked with newfound clarity. Professors hurried between classrooms, trying to maintain order while clearly experiencing the effects themselves. It worked, Hermione whispered in awe. Look at everything. Indeed, the castle itself seemed somehow more vibrant. The enchanted ceiling in the great hall, visible through the open doors, displayed colors of unprecedented brilliance. Portraits conversed with newfound animation. Even the ambient magic that had always filled Hogwarts felt more present, more accessible. We should separate, Harry suggested. Avoid drawing attention to our group. Meet in the room of requirement tomorrow evening. Everyone nodded in agreement. As they dispersed, Wednesday found herself walking alongside Draco toward the dungeons. What happens in Slytherin now? He asked as they descended the stairs. Everything's changed, but most people won't understand why. Understanding follows experience, Wednesday replied. They'll adapt to the new reality first, comprehend it later. Always cryptic, Draco murmured, but affectionately. The Slytherin common room was abuzz with excitement and confusion. Students gathered in clusters, comparing notes on suddenly improved spellcasting and strange sensations they'd experienced during the magical event. What was it? Did you feel that wave passing through you? My transfiguration spell actually worked properly for once. Even Peeves seems different, he apologized after dropping a water balloon on me. Wednesday and Draco exchanged knowing glances as they entered, drawing immediate attention. Addams. Malfoy. Pansy called. Where have you been? Did you see what happened? We felt it, Draco replied carefully. Powerful magic. Some are saying it came from beneath the castle, Theo added. Others think it was Dumbledore counteracting Umbridge's latest decree. Magical balance finds its own level, Wednesday said simply, earning confused looks. Whatever it was, Blaise interjected, having entered behind them, I think things are going to be different now. His meaningful glance at Wednesday and Draco conveyed his understanding that this comment applied to more than just magic. As the evening progressed, reports filtered in from throughout the castle. Professor Flitwick's Charms class had witnessed all their feathers simultaneously levitate to the ceiling without a single spell cast. Professor Sprout's rarest plants had suddenly bloomed out of season. Even Professor Snape had reportedly smiled, an event so unprecedented that most dismissed it as exaggerated rumor. Most significantly, Umbridge had not been seen since the event. Whispers suggested she'd locked herself in her office after attempting to enforce an educational decree through magical means, only to have the parchment transform into a swarm of pink butterflies. Later that night, when the common room had mostly emptied, Wednesday sat alone by the lake windows, watching the giant squid glide past. Its movements seemed more purposeful than usual, as if it too had been affected by the resonator's balancing magic. Footsteps approached, and Draco took the chair opposite her. The first years are sleeping without fear tonight, he observed quietly. No one threatening them, no hierarchy enforced through intimidation. You're doing as much as the resonators, Wednesday replied. Draco shook his head. You started it. That night, when you showed me, emptiness. Insignificance. I showed you truth, Wednesday corrected. You chose what to do with it. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the lake creatures dance in patterns never before observed. The council meets tomorrow, Draco finally said. 13 bloodlines, 13 perspectives. What exactly are we maintaining balance against? Extremes, Wednesday replied. Those who would control magic rather than work with it. Those who would corrupt it for domination rather than harmony. Like Voldemort, Draco said, no longer flinching at the name. And like the Ministry, in its way. Wednesday nodded. Both represent imbalance, approached from opposite directions. Draco studied her with newfound intensity. You're not what I expected when you first arrived. I thought you were just, weird. I am weird, Wednesday confirmed without embarrassment. Yes, but purposefully weird, Draco clarified. Intentionally outside normal parameters. You see things differently because you choose to, not because you can't see them the conventional way. Perspective is a tool, she agreed. Conventionality, its limitation. Draco hesitated, then asked the question that had clearly been on his mind. After all this, what happens between us? Define us, Wednesday replied, though her tone lacked its usual detachment. Whatever this is, he gestured between them. Alliance? Partnership? Something else? Labels create boundaries, Wednesday observed. Sometimes unnecessarily. Still cryptic, Draco sighed. Even now. Wednesday allowed herself a small smile, a rare expression that transformed her usually impassive face. Darkness recognizes darkness, Draco. In all its forms. Including the constructive kind. Is that a yes to something else? He pressed. It's an acknowledgement of possibility, she replied. Balance includes opposition and harmony, separation and unity. I'm going to take that as Addams speak for, we'll figure it out, Draco decided, returning her smile with one of his own, genuine, not the practiced smirk he'd once relied upon. A reasonable interpretation. Outside the window, the giant squid performed an elaborate spiral movement, trailing phosphorescent light through the dark water, a dance never before witnessed by human eyes. Within the castle, magic flowed in patterns both ancient and new, finding equilibrium after centuries of artificial constraint. And in the heart of Slytherin House, something shifted, not just between two unlikely allies, but throughout the very culture that had defined itself through fear and hierarchy for generations. The transformation Wednesday had initiated with a single hex now expanded outward, rippling through relationships and traditions, creating space for evolution without destruction. Darkness recognized darkness, and in that recognition, found not an ending, but a beginning. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.